Chapter 17 of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 17. The Beginning of Trouble. As time went on, the relations between Captain Gauthorne and his beautiful wife grew more and more strained. Her contempt for him was more openly showed, and his unhappiness at her indifference more fully displayed, every day they spent together. Of course, no wife is justified in behaving to her husband as Fabia was behaving then, but still it cannot be denied that poor Charlie managed her very badly. Fabia was the type of woman who wanted to find her master, and Charlie persisted in fawning at her feet as if he were her slave or her spaniel. And yet he was a manly enough man where his own sex was concerned. His men had always obeyed him, and his fellow officers respected him from the time that he first entered the service. But as a boy he had been trained to be afraid of his mother, and consequently as a man he was afraid of his wife. He would do anything compatible with reason and honour to avoid the storms of feminine temper, and yet, or perhaps therefore, the lightnings of female wrath were forever hurtling round his devoted head. It never answers to kowtow to a subject race. It always renders that race exacting and overbearing. It is man's place to rule, and the minute that he lays down his sceptre, woman snatches it up and hits him over the head with it, as he richly deserves. Women invariably bully the men who are afraid of them, be they husbands or brothers or sons, and the more a man cringes before them, the less consideration they show him. The true man will always regard his wife as a queen, and treat her with all homage and reverence as such. But he will know in his heart that she is really only a queen consort, though on that score entitled to all the more chivalry and consideration. In the smaller things of life he will render to her every courtesy. It will be his to fetch and carry, hers to order and command. Because he rules in the greater things, he will always submit to her wishes in the lesser. Because the crown is really his, he will always allow her the full prerogative of the coronet. The man who domineers over his wife in trifles is as unworthy of his kingship as is the man who trembles before her with regard to the weightier matters of the law. For the very fact that he is by right her lord and master should make him all the more eager never publicly to display himself as such, or to lower his royal dignity by dragging it in the dust of petty domestic affairs. A crown is not the fitting headgear for the daily walk abroad or the peaceful evening at home. A sceptre is not the suitable implement for the stirring of teacups or the making of puddings. There is nothing which so cheapens and vulgarizes an article as over-advertisement. There are some things so delicately made that to talk about them destroys them. There is truth as well as beauty in the legend of the bride who lost her fairy lover as soon as she asked him his name. As he told it to her, he vanished. The man who tells us that he is great thereby proves his own littleness. The woman who announces that she is a lady thereby forfeits her right to the title. Have we not all in our time come across some of these members of the great army of snobs, who show their lack of social position by their constant insistence on the same, and who prove the ordinary and commonplace tint of their blood by their incessant testimony as to its azure hue? In the same way, the man who tyrannizes over his wife in trifles, and is always eager to prove himself the master of the house, shows that in reality he is nothing but a pretender, and is no ruler by divine right. For such divinity doth hedge a king, who is in any sense a real king, that he cannot stoop to haggle and squabble and nag. His patent of royalty is too obvious to need any announcement; his rank too inherent to require any herald to proclaim his style. And this rule obtains in every other department of life. Good wine of any kind needs no bush. The really well-bred person does not boast of his good breeding; the really beautiful woman does not trouble to explain her charms. The moment that a thing requires bolstering up by advertisement and explanation, that thing begins to be a sham and a humbug, and had better be thrown overboard altogether, for in its very nature it is doomed to perish. It was a great pity, for her sake as well as his own, that Captain Gaythorne did not better understand how to manage his young wife, for her present attitude towards her husband was the worst thing possible for a woman of Fabia's temperament. She was bound sooner or later to get into mischief of some sort or another, since matrimony, if not an absorbing profession, is a very unsatisfactory pastime. Fabia was a woman who needed occupation and interest in her life, and if she could not get them from one source, she would get them from another. After Gabriel so signally failed her all along the line, she fell back upon her old friend Ramchandar Mukharji. And Ramchandar was a clever man who knew how to make the most of his opportunities. He answered her letters in full, giving her in unstinted measure all the intellectual stimulus and sympathy in which her husband was so conspicuously lacking; and he scrupulously refrained from writing a word which could by the freest translation be construed into anything approaching love making. He knew that Fabia was as yet unprepared for the actual existence of a lover, although she was quite ready to amuse herself with the shadow and spirit of the thing. And he also knew that when once a married woman begins thus to amuse herself, the appearance upon the scene of the actual lover is but a matter of time. Some commandments are broken suddenly or not at all, but others demand a more gradual process of disintegration, lest the breaker should be so shocked at the idea of the catastrophe that the commandment would never get broken at all. Whatever defects the devil may have otherwise, he always shows himself an adept in his own particular line of business, and he is unrivalled in his powers of manipulating that effective instrument known as the thin edge of the wedge. It unfortunately happened that Fabia was left very much to herself and her husband just then. Christmas was over, and Mrs. Gaythorne was plunged in a vortex of godly dissipation and holy mirth, and was submerged in a whirlpool of public meetings, which would gain in force and number all through the spring, until they reached their very maelstrom at Exeter Hall in May. Therefore she spent a considerable portion of her time in London, and when at home was far too much occupied by the stress of rampant philanthropy to have any leisure or attention to bestow upon her son's conjugal difficulties. Isabel Seaton, however, saw pretty clearly how things were going, but she was one of the rare women who have mastered the fine art of minding their own business, and having possessed herself of so valuable and uncommon an accomplishment, she was naturally prone to practise the same. 9 times out of 10, nay, rather 99 times out of 100, harm instead of good is wrought by the intermeddling of well-intentioned persons in affairs not their own. Probably far less evil is brought about in the world by really bad and unprincipled people than by conscientious and well-meaning ones who interfere with matters that do not concern them. And women, far more than men, are offenders in this respect. When a really good woman is seized with a strong outpouring of the missionary spirit, the amount of mischief that she will effect in a short time is almost incredible. She will come between sister and brother, parent and child, husband and wife. She will estrange devoted lovers and separate very friends. And all the time she will purr contentedly to herself with satisfaction over her successful efforts, and will thank God on her knees every night for what she will euphoniously term opportunities of usefulness. She will never have the ghost of an idea that she is one of Satan's most approved emissaries for introducing discord and stirring up strife. Let the first of us who has never suffered from the well-meant interference of a conscientious woman say a word in her defence. I trow her advocates will be few and far between. Therefore it was to be counted to Isabel for righteousness that she never attempted to set matters straight between Charlie and Fabia. She was a married woman herself, so she knew the danger of meddling between husband and wife. She was perhaps overbold as a matchmaker, but she shrank from the awful responsibility of putting asunder, by word or hint or innuendo, those whom God had joined together. A single woman would doubtless have rushed in where Mrs. Paul Seaton feared to tread, but she had learnt wisdom in the only school where it is properly taught, the school of experience, so she held her peace. There is a delightful story told, and a true one too, of a lady with a very naughty little boy, who consulted a friend, one with 7 children of her own, as to how she was to train this rebellious olive branch. "I'll tell you what to do," replied the mother of 7. "Go straight to the first old maid you meet. She will teach you exactly how to deal successfully with the matter. But it's no good coming to me, because I know no more about it than you do." Now, childless women are not more omniscient in the training of the young than are old maids in the management of husbands. And by the term old maids I mean the regular old maid, not the broad-minded, large-hearted spinster, whose singleness is her own fault and every man's misfortune, but the petty, provincial, narrow-minded woman, sneering at her more fortunate sister, and poking her crooked fingers into everybody's pies, who would be just as much an old maid had she been married and had a large family, who would in truth have been just as much an old maid had she been a man. In fact, many old maids have been men, and it has not made them any the less old maidish; indeed, rather more so. And it is this typical old maid nature which is generally most strongly imbued with the missionary spirit. Perhaps there is no type of woman more utterly fascinating and delightful than the really charming single woman, the woman who retains the fascination and freshness of girlhood after she has attained to the culture and wisdom of maturer life. The dew of the morning is still in her eyes, even though she has watched the lengthening of the shadows. The scent of the spring is still in her hair, even though it be crowned with the garlands of autumn. She has never been awakened by the cares and realities of marriage from the dreams of her girlhood. Her place is in the glades of the forest rather than in the market place, in the garden of spices rather than in the store closet. Consequently, she has more sympathy with and understanding of the young than has the busy matron, for she still stands upon the mountain top, and sees the promised land through the magic haze of distance, as the young are standing and seeing. This type of woman will never be obsessed by the missionary spirit, for she will be too shy to rebuke, too sensitive to interfere. She will do good and not evil all the days of her life, by the tenderness of her heart and by the purity of her soul. And the children of countless of her contemporaries will rise up and call her blessed. Because she does not belong exclusively to one man, she will have leisure to sympathize with many. Because no child calls her mother, she will have a wealth of universal mother love. too lavish upon all. But unfortunately the interfering style of old maid is by far the more common species, and Isabel Seaton had known so much harm done in this fashion by persons not really evil-minded, that she herself was perhaps inclined to err upon the other side, and to keep silence even from good words, when such words would have been helpful and salutary. There is a distinct difference between unjustifiable interference and the necessary word of warning, but it requires a very astute mathematician to know exactly where to draw the line between the two. Anyhow, it came about that Isabel Seaton refrained from saying a word to Charlie as to the danger of his wife's obvious indifference to him, and of her determination, if he failed to afford her sufficient amusement, to seek the same elsewhere. And she likewise refrained, for the present, from saying anything to Fabia upon the subject either, as she did not wish to be the confidante of Mrs. Charles Gaythorne's feelings towards her husband. Isabel was a woman of the world, and she knew that there are no people so much disliked as the people who are made, even though it be against their own wishes, the recipients of confidences to which they are not entitled. We hate for ever afterwards the persons to whom, according to common parlance, we have given ourselves away, even though the libation may have been purely voluntary at the time, and quite undesired upon their part. Therefore wise men and women do not receive confidence, the giving of which they know will afterwards be regretted by the donors. Of course Isabel might have spoken to Charlie's mother upon the subject, but she shrank from doing this, partly because such a course savoured of the most unjustifiable kind of interference, and partly because she loved popularity, and there is nothing that renders any one so unpopular as the imparting of disagreeable information. The Lady Constance hit upon a great truth when she exclaimed to the bearer of evil tidings, "This news hath made thee a most ugly man." Hideous indeed in the eyes of us all are the faces of those who come to us as prophets of evil, and likewise lovely are the messengers who bring us the gospel of peace. Yet there are men and women who wish to be attractive and desire to gain the affection of their fellow men, who nevertheless do not hesitate, indeed rather hasten, to carry the ill news and the evil report to those whose good opinions they most covet. Every word they utter is either a reflection or a complaint. Every criticism they make is an unfavourable one. It never occurs to them that the ugliness of the message which they bear is reflected in their own countenances. Otherwise they would surely hold their peace. So Charles and Fabia drifted further and further apart, and Fabia clung more and more to the support and sympathy of Ram Chandar Mukharji. "This new agent that I've got is a fool, an utter fool," exclaimed Charlie, as his wife and he were sitting at luncheon one day, Mrs. Gaythorne being busily engaged in London in carrying on bloodless revolutions for the benefit of the whole human race. "Then why did you engage him? I thought an agent's duty was to supply the deficiencies of his employer, not to emulate them." "Of course, darling, I didn't know he was a fool when I engaged him. Otherwise I should have been a fool myself for doing so." "Precisely. Still, you might have done it nevertheless. I have known you and wisdom part company before now." "I often wonder what fools were made for," the irate squire grumbled on. "So do I, but I should have imagined that you would have found that out before now." Charlie was hurt, but he tried not to show it, and Fabia despised him all the more for being so thick-skinned, so she imagined, and not to feel the cut of her lash. In the interests of peace he changed the subject. Another mistake on his part, as then Fabia despised him for being frightened and running away. "I wonder if poor old Carr will ever turn up again," he said. "A good many people are wondering that. You are not by any means solitary in your speculations." "It is desperately rough on Janet. She looks wretchedly ill, poor little thing." You would hardly expect her to laugh and grow fat on such a catastrophe, would you?" It was certainly uphill work talking to Fabia, but Charlie bravely went on his patient, dogged way, trying his hardest to make himself pleasant, which was the very last thing he should have endeavoured to do. "Of course not, old girl. By Jove, no! I should think it would knock any woman to pieces for her husband to chuck it all up and cut and run on his honeymoon." "Not necessarily. It would depend upon the husband," answered Fabia, in a tone which implied that if only Captain Gaythorne had seen fit to cut and run on his honeymoon, it would have been the most advantageous arrangement possible for all parties concerned. "But I really think the poor little thing was awfully gone on Carr, don't you know?" persisted Charlie, still intent upon his cowardly desire for peace at any price. "Naturally. Those plain, dowdy little women are always off their heads with gratitude to any man who will marry them, and it is extremely bad for the man." "Well, no one would say you were the sort of woman to be grateful to any lucky beggar who was so fortunate as to marry you," said Charlie, with a brave attempt to be jocular. "I am not." The reply was sufficient to crush a bolder man than Charles. Again he changed the subject. "I say, Fabia, don't you think we ought to do something for that poor little woman to make things a bit easier for her? Especially now the mater is so busy and can't see after her." Charlie had inherited much of his mother's kindness of heart. Fabia looked up languidly. "What sort of a thing? Find her another husband, do you mean?" "Oh, Fabia!" Charlie was really shocked. "By Jove, no! She isn't that sort. You talk as if husbands were like footmen, so that if one doesn't suit the situation you can dismiss him and get another. That is how I regard them." Charlie was positively helpless. "But what about marriage vows, and 'till death us do part,' and things of that kind?" "I do not believe in them." "I say, old girl, you should just have heard my father's views about marriage and all that sort of thing. He'd got most tremendous notions about the sanctity of it and everything in that line, don't you know?" "I cannot help that. I never married your father." Charlie looked puzzled. "Of course not. You couldn't have done, as he was married long before either you or I were born." "Which was to his credit," added Fabia. Charlie was more shocked than ever. "I say, darling, I wish you wouldn't say such things. I don't like it." "Not like me to praise your father's moral character? How very peculiar of you! Men generally like their immediate ancestors to be commended." Fabia's smile was distinctly impertinent, but all the same she felt a faint glimmering of respect for a husband who had the courage to admit that there was anything about his wife that he did not like. But the ill-starred Charlie rapidly extinguished that faint glimmer. "Not in that way, my darling. I'm sure the mater wouldn't approve of it, so don't do it, there's a good girl." Fabia shrugged her shoulders. How could she respect a husband who was always bolstering up his marital authority by quotations from his female parent? "My point is," continued the well-meaning blunderer, "that my father was a married man himself, don't you know? I never heard the faintest whisper to the contrary." "Fabia, don't be so stupid, there's a good child. What I mean is that being a married man himself, he knew what he was talking about. And the fact that he was married, and married as he was, makes his opinion upon the indissolubility of marriage all the more valuable and remarkable. There I agree with you." Although in her way Fabia had a sincere respect for her mother-in-law, she could imagine that an eternity spent in that lady's society would not appear short. He had most awfully fine notions about marriage, about its being for better for worse, and for richer for poorer, and all that, don't you know?" continued Charlie. "He didn't know much about for poorer, did he?" "Of course not. How could he? He and my mother both had very tidy fortunes, as well as the Gaythorne estates." In vain poor Charlie endeavoured to follow the intricate workings of his wife's mind. "Then his opinions did not count for much after all. It is when you come to for worse and for poorer that the shoe begins to pinch." Many married people can stand the strain of for better and for richer, though that is no slight one at times, I admit. Oh, darling, I don't know about that. Look at love in a cottage and all that sort of thing. Heaps of people are most awfully keen on it. I never was in love, and I never was in a cottage, so I cannot form an opinion upon the advantages and disadvantages of either. Charlie's face went very red, but he was too much wounded to lose his temper. "I wish you were in love, Fabia," he said pleadingly. His wife laughed lightly. "It might be rather unpleasant for you if I were, but it is really very unselfish of you to put my pleasure before yours in this way." "I mean, in love with me." Fabia laughed again. "What an idea! It is quite gone out of fashion for a woman to be in love with her own husband. Of course a person like Janet Carr is, but it is just part and parcel of her general dowdiness." "I thought you hated a dowdy woman." "So I do. I detest the sight of them." "Then there is nothing dowdier than to be in love with one's own husband. It is on a par with a shawl and ringlets and a white camellia fastened by the brooch." Charlie looked, as he felt, very miserable. He knew that his own views were right and his wife's wrong, and he also knew that he was not clever enough to demonstrate either of these propositions. So he took refuge in an illustration, the safest recourse for all those not gifted in argument. "Isabel Seaton is not dowdy, and she is in love with her own husband," he said. "That is so. But Isabel is an exception to that as to every rule." Since her marriage, Fabia had learnt to appreciate Mrs. Seaton as she had never appreciated her before. A friendship between a married woman and a single one is rarely successful, unless it dates from pre-matrimonial days. The husband and the confidential friend are not often compatible ingredients. Yet she always fancies herself as being so commonplace and normal and natural and all that sort of thing, don't you know? Of course she does. That is where she shows herself so exceptional. It is the commonplace people who think that no one ever felt as they feel, or suffered as they suffer, or loved as they love. I used to be a bit like that myself at one time, till I learnt from Isabel how very commonplace it was. "When did you think that no one ever loved as you did?" asked Charlie eagerly. Men are very like children in one respect. They always get hold of the least important part of a toy or a conversation, and fix all their attention upon that, to the exclusion of the really characteristic and interesting portion of the business in hand. Fabia told her husband the truth. She saw no reason for not doing so on the present occasion. "I never actually thought that nobody ever loved as I did, but I used to think that nobody ever could love as I could, till Isabel and experience taught me what a fool I was." "Isabel would be pretty mad if she heard you say that she was an exception." Fabia smiled. "Would she? She is very fond of calling herself normal and commonplace, but I doubt if she would be equally pleased if her friends endorsed her statements." "Well, anyhow, you can't deny that she is jolly smart, taking her all round, and that she is in love with her own husband," repeated Charlie, sticking to his point. "I cannot, and yet I wonder at it. Mr. Seaton always appears to me an extremely dull person." "He is the sort of chap that wouldn't care a rap how he appeared to you or anybody, as long as his own wife liked him," said Charlie, speaking truth. "I know. That is one reason why I dislike him. Men who are very much in love with their wives always bore me to extinction." "Well, I am very much in love with mine, heaven knows." "And, unlike Isabel, you are not an exception to the rule." The Arrow went home. Charlie got up from his chair and walked towards the door. "I say, Fabia, you are a bit too hard on a poor devil who worships the very ground you walk on. Heaven knows I do all in my power to please you and make you happy, and yet the more he does for you, the more you seem to despise and hate a fellow. What else can I do to make you care for me and treat me as a wife should. And poor Charlie, like jesting Pilate, paused not for an answer, but went out of the room, banging the door after him in his futile misery, while his wife decided within herself that unless some new interest or occupation were brought into her life, and at once, she should die of ennui. So she made haste to write to her cousin Ram Chandar. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 18. Dr. Mukharji. Early in the spring, a considerable sensation was created in the fashionable world by an Oriental occultist who set up a sort of séance in a small flat in Mount Street, a Dr. Mukharji. He told fortunes, consulted crystals, cured nervous disorders, and generally comported himself after the manner of his kind, with that passion for anything absolutely new, and especially for anything new concerning the eternal verities, which characterizes the denizens of London today as it characterized the denizens of Athens long ago. It became the mode to run after Dr. Mukharji, and to accept with faith and humility his additions to accepted dogma and his emendations of revealed truth. In short, Dr. Mukharji became so much the fashion that he would have found no difficulty, had he been that way inclined, in starting a brand new religion and securing countless converts to the same. But it happened that he was not that way inclined, so he contented himself with teaching a sort of Neo-Buddhism, pseudo-theosophy, and embellishing it with certain embroideries from the occult. Of course, it was women who ran after him, not men. Men, let it be admitted to their credit, are more diffident in exchanging old lamps for new than women are. They hesitate before giving up the Word, which has been a lantern unto their feet, in favour of some new fad in electric lighting. But women, as a rule, will recklessly barter away the 7 golden candlesticks of the Book of Revelation for the patent lamp which some pioneer of modern thought has hung on the front of his bicycle. Therefore women crowded to the little flat in Mount Street, and confided their respective pasts to Dr. Mukharji, on condition that he would in return confide to them their respective futures. Many silly women were led captive by the strange devices of the occultist, but none attended his rooms in Mount Street with such frequency and regularity as Fabia. So much so, that ere long scandal began to busy itself with the names of Dr. Mukharji and Mrs. Charles Gaythorne, and to hint very unpleasant things concerning that lady's repeated visits to the Oriental quack and fortune-teller. Then at last Isabel Seaton broke through her rule and interfered. "I've got something rather horrid to say to you, Fabia," she began. "I hate saying it, and you'll hate hearing it, but it has got to be said, so here goes." "Then why say it at all?" Fabia interrupted her. "If neither you nor I will derive any pleasure from the communication, why impart it?" "Because my conscience insists upon it, and my conscience so rarely mentions anything, or makes itself in any way troublesome, that I hardly like to refuse it on the rare occasions when it does." "Yours certainly is not an importunate conscience," Fabia admitted with her languid smile. No, it isn't. Its worst enemy couldn't call it a chatty sort of conscience, for it hardly ever speaks. From week's end to week's end I don't hear its voice. Therefore, when it does begin to whisper, I feel bound to listen to it, as I certainly shouldn't do if it were one of those tiresome, garrulous consciences which never give their owners a moment's peace. You should just hear Paul's. The thing can't hold its tongue for 5 minutes together, but is always poking its nose into matters that don't concern it. I could imagine that Mr. Seaton's conscience is the sort that might give trouble to its owner." Paul's wife sighed deeply. "I believe you, and not to its owners only. It is a typical specimen of the nonconformist conscience in full working order, with all the latest improvements laid on. The moment he gives it its head, it begins grumbling and spluttering like an infuriated motor car, till his life and mind become burdens to us, and the more we suffer, the more that terrible conscience sets all its hideous machinery in motion. Unfortunately, Paul is such an unselfish husband that he shares everything with me, even down to his conscientious scruples, and they, alas, are so numerous and so active." And Isabel sighed again. Poor Isabel! But there was envy rather than pity in Fabia's tone. She could not help feeling the contrast between Isabel's half laughing and wholly devoted attitude towards her husband, and the dreary dulness of her own relations with Charlie. She despised him far too much to laugh at him. "When first I was married," Isabel continued, "I used to picture myself as a bold young Perseus about to deliver my Andromeda of a husband from his monster of a conscience. But as the enlightening of early married life went on, I realized that Paul was rather like those Indian people who allow white bulls and white elephants to trample them to death because they worship the animals. So now I hang garlands myself round the neck of the creature on its gala days, and lie down alongside of my husband while it plays the giddy Juggernaut over our prostrate forms. Believe me, my dear, a husband with a conscience is no joke." "Yet I can imagine that a husband without a conscience would be still less of one." "Far less: that's the difficulty. But we have wandered to my beloved husband's conscience, while the conversation began about mine." "I think you said yours was not of the white bull and white elephant species." Fabia endeavoured once more to stave off what she guessed was coming, although she knew that this procrastination would have no effect in the long run. Isabel might not be as direct in her methods as was old Mrs. Gaythorne, but she invariably arrived finally at the point for which she had started. "Not it. It is more like the War Office or the Local Government Board: never interferes until it is too late to mend anything, and never locks a stable door until all the horses have died of typhoid. A convenient sort of conscience to keep. Very, and very little expense: but just now it is so noisy in clamouring for a new lock on the empty stable door, that I've no option but to listen to it. Fabia, you are going too often to see that horrid cousin of yours, Ram Chandar Mukharji. People are talking about it, and about you." Fabia smiled scornfully. "Let them talk." "But, my dear, that's just what I don't want to let them do. Talking is a most hurtful and dangerous practice." "I do not care what they say about me and Ram Chandar." "But you ought to care, my dear Fabia: you really ought. Already their talking is beginning to do you harm: and as for Charlie, he will go mad when he hears of it, as he is bound sooner or later to do. Even the people whom it most concerns hear of a thing eventually, though of course not till long after everybody else." "I do not care," Fabia repeated. "You ought never to have let that tiresome cousin of yours come over from India at all. I met him when I was out there years ago, and thought him a most weird and uncanny person. I'm sure Charlie wouldn't approve of him, as men always hate what is weird and uncanny, and different from what they learned at their mother's knees." Paul disapproves most frightfully of anything to do with occultism and spiritualism and things of that kind, so I never let him know how intensely they interest me. I do not care whether Charlie approves of my visits to Mount Street or not. It is no business of his." Stern disapproval looked out of Mrs. Seaton's blue eyes. "Oh, Fabia, how horrid of you! I think it is disgusting to speak of your husband like that. Why, if Paul disapproves of anybody, it always turns me against them, even if I've adored them up to then. And if he disapproves of my doing things, I never really enjoy doing them, even though I have revelled in it before. In fact, I often refrain from asking him his opinions of things and people, for fear he should spoil my pleasure in them for the future." Again the scornful smile curled Fabia's lips. "If you really loved him as much as you think you do, you would obey him in the spirit as well as the letter." "Now, Fabia, don't begin teaching your grandmother how to love her husband, because I know a precious sight more about that than you do. I may not know much, but I do know how a woman feels who is absolutely devoted to her husband, and I know that she doesn't feel by any means a fool. If you've lost your heart, it doesn't follow that you've lost your brain as well. Still, if you lose your heart, it frequently follows that you will also lose your head," persisted Fabia. "My head isn't of the losing sort, thank you. I rarely mislay it, but generally carry it about with me under my arm, à la Saint Winifred, so that I can lay my hands on it whenever I think fit." "Well, Isabel, you must admit that your husband's opinion would carry more weight with anybody than my husband's would. Therefore you cannot wonder at my thinking less of Charlie's disapproval than you do of Mr. Seaton's." Isabel's eye twinkled in a manner which in a less mature and distinguished matron would have been called a wink. "But I am affected by Paul's opinions, even when I am aware that he doesn't know what he is talking about, and that they aren't worth the breath with which they are uttered. That is where the rich joke of being married comes in." "And yet you say you are not a fool?" "Certainly: because I know that I am: and to be wise enough to know that you are a fool is proof positive that you are not one." Suddenly Fabia's conversation took a desperate turn. "Oh, Isabel, you have no idea how awfully dull it is to be married to a man like Charlie. I've borne it as long as I can, and I don't feel as if I could bear it any longer. It is all very well for you, who are married to a clever man, to preach about the due subjection of a wife: but you would sing a different tune if you were married to a well-meaning goose." Isabel shook her head. "I don't think so. I should never find out that he was a goose if I were in love with him. For all I know, Paul may be one of the dullest men on the face of the earth. In fact, I know certain people consider him so: but to me he is the one supremely interesting fact in the universe, the one sufficient and satisfactory entertainment of creation. It is far more interesting to me to hear Paul say that there is a button off his shirt, than to hear the greatest man of the day hold forth upon the most burning questions. But that isn't cleverness, bless you: it's love." "But I'm not in love with Charlie, you see. I never pretended to be. That is where the tragedy of my life comes in. If only I loved him, then everything would be different." It was on the tip of Isabel's tongue to say, "Then you ought not to have married him," but once more her usually somnolent conscience showed signs of vigour. Had she not done all in her power to bring about a marriage between Fabia and Charlie Gaythorne, and was not a portion of the responsibility of their unhappy union hers? Fabia went on somewhat pathetically: "You cannot imagine how horribly dull it is to be married to a man with whom you are not in love. You get so deadly tired of his anecdotes. I believe that if a woman isn't in love with her husband, she could bear anything, even his neglect or his downright cruelty, better than his anecdotes." "You didn't object to Charlie's anecdotes so much before you married him: and I'm sure you heard them all then, so you knew exactly what they were about. You married with your ears open, so to speak." "I know I did: but things sound so different before and after marriage. A man may be an amiable pastime, but an extremely poor profession. He may excel as a recreation, but become wearisome as a duty. He may prove delightful as an hors d'oeuvre, but deadly as a pièce de résistance." "Fabio, you really ought not to discuss your husband with another woman in this fashion," said Isabel reprovingly. Then, having satisfied her awakening conscience, she added, "What anecdote of Charlie's is it that bores you most?" "There are several of them that almost kill me with exhaustion. No harm in them, you know, but as long and pointless as a darning needle, and nearly always about his parents, so dutiful and yet so dull. I think, however, the story that wearies me most is about Mrs. Gaythorne and a harvest Thanksgiving. It lasts for ages and always requires a bookmarker." "I know it," replied Isabel sympathetically. "You must if you know Charlie. Well, I am now 23 years old and Charlie 26, so we shall in all human probability have about another half century of each other's society, and just think how often during that time I shall hear the story of Mrs. Gaythorne and the harvest Thanksgiving. It is appalling to contemplate. It is like thinking of eternity or climbing up a winding staircase, no end and no beginning." "I suppose, however," Fabio continued, "that in the most favourable circumstances marriage, like politics, is the science of the second best, and it is absurd to expect the ideal in it." "Not a bit of it," retorted Isabel with some heat. "It is either the height of bliss or else the depth of boredom. It is the very opposite of the second best, as it must be the very best or the very worst. A husband is either the one man in the world, or else the one man that you wish wasn't in the world. There is no happy mean in matrimony." "Well, Isabel, I should have been abundantly satisfied with the second best, if only I could have secured it," and there was a wistful sound in the sweet voice. "Second best, indeed," retorted Mrs. Seaton, tossing her head. "And yet I must admit," she added with a humorous twinkle, "that a good many men like their second best." Fabia agreed with her. "That is so. I fancy that my late respected father-in-law would have been among that number if only he had had the chance." "Paul won't," remarked Paul's first, with much decision in her tone. "You would hate to think that he could have a second, wouldn't you?" "Not I," replied Isabel airily. "I'm not that selfish, dog in the manger sort of a woman. I've told Paul over and over again that if anything happens to me he is at liberty to marry again as soon as he likes. Of course he'll find any other woman awfully dull after me, but I can't help that. He must take the rough with the smooth, and the dull with the lively, as other men much married have had to do from Henry VIII downwards. It is unreasonable of any man to expect to get all his wives cast in the same mould." And then, having shot her arrow and given her hint, Isabel wandered off into indifferent subjects. She had learnt the great social art of punctuation. She knew where to stop, and was far too much a woman of the world to indulge in the unpardonable practice known as rubbing it in. But in spite of Mrs. Seaton's well-timed word of warning, Fabia continued to visit the small flat in Mount Street far oftener than was wise or desirable. She was constantly seen going in and out, and people talked more than ever in consequence. In time the gossip reached the ears of Captain Gaythorne, but he made no sign. He was the sort of man who would find it impossible to speak to his wife upon such a subject as this. His innate chivalry revolted at the mere idea of such a thing. But although he was slow to speak and slow to wrath in his dealings with women, he was neither the one nor the other in his dealings with his own sex. And he made up his mind that if things continued to go on like this, it would not be long before Dr. Mukharji had a very bad quarter of an hour indeed. Charlie Gaythorne might be afraid to scold his wife, but he was not at all afraid to give his wife's cousin a sound horsewhipping, and he intended to do so at the earliest opportunity. Isabel, finding that her hint to Fabia had been of no avail, decided with characteristic courage to tackle the occultist himself upon the subject. She was still firmly set against speaking to Charlie. Although she knew too much about men to suppose for an instant that they are as blind as they frequently in their mysterious wisdom pretend to be, she nevertheless recognised the bare possibility of Captain Gaythorne's being as ignorant of Fabia's goings-on as he appeared. And in that case she felt she would rather die than be the instrument employed to open his mercifully closed eyelids. Therefore, having taken the wise and wifely precaution of not mentioning to her husband beforehand what she intended to do, lest he should see fit to forbid the same, Mrs. Paul Seaton joined herself to the multitude of silly women who were being led astray by the false doctrines of Dr. Mukharji, and presented herself at the door of the flat in Mount Street. She was shown into a waiting room, tastily though scantily furnished, and already half full of fashionably dressed women. To her profound relief, there were none of them who were known to her personally, though she knew one or two quite well by sight, and as she had added to her toilet a thick motor veil, she cherished vain hopes that no one would recognise her. "It's a good thing that I put on a motor veil like the ostrich, and so am invisible," she said to herself, "though I'm convinced that some of these horrid old cats will know who I am all the same, and talk about it till it gets round to Paul. But that won't matter, as I shall tell him myself at the proper time, when it is too late for him to prevent my coming. Fortunately, it is often too late to forbid and never too late to forgive, and that is the exact time for making confessions to a husband." As Mrs. Seaton had taken the further precaution of making an appointment with Dr. Mukharji, she had not long to wait in her ostrich-like invisibility, but was shortly ushered by a closely veiled female attendant in gorgeous native dress into the presence of the popular charlatan. Isabel thought him looking much older than when last she saw him in those far-off pre-nuptial days when she was living with the Farleys. But that was hardly to be wondered at, as she herself had then been in the early dawn of the 20s, and now she was fast coming within sight of her 40th milestone. There was no doubt that she did not look as young now as she had looked then, but she took the flattering unction to her soul, which we all take when we meet friends and acquaintances whom we have not seen for several years, namely, that though we may have aged a little, they have aged much more. And there was more ground for Isabel's assumption than there frequently is in such circumstances. Ram Chandar had certainly altered more than she in the long years since last they met. In the first place, he was no longer clean shaven, but a long black beard protected his chest from the inclemencies of the English climate, and a beard always ages a man. But his dark eyes, so like Fabia's, retained their youthful brilliancy, and his hands, as small and delicate as a woman's, testified, as of yore, to the highly strung nervous temperament concealed under his manner of apparently immutable calm. He had not adopted the good old English custom of measuring the flight of time by the weights of avoirdupois. On the contrary, he looked, if possible, slimmer and slighter than he used to do, and had lost none of his Eastern panther-like grace. "So you also are among my disciples, Mrs. Seaton, as I also am among the prophets," he said, as he advanced to meet his visitor, whom he recognised at once in spite of her attempted disguise. He was amused at her coming to consult him, and he showed it. He was fully aware of Paul Seaton's uncompromising hostility towards everything connected with occultism and the like, and anything in the form of wifely insubordination tickled his sense of humour. Finding her incognito thus ruthlessly thrust aside, the ostrich threw back her inadequate disguise somewhat haughtily. "I have hardly come to ask advice, Dr. Mukharji, but rather to administer it." "Pray be seated," he said, in his soft Oriental voice, placing a chair for Mrs. Seaton. "I shall not detain you long," Isabel began, and her manner was that of the grande dame, which she could assume when she thought it necessary and worth the trouble. "But I've just one thing to say to you." "Regarding your future?" "No, regarding yours." The occultist bowed politely. "I await your instructions, Mrs. Seaton. It is an agreeable change for me to take the role of learner instead of that of teacher." "I have come to speak to you, Dr. Mukharji, about my friend and your cousin, Mrs. Charles Gaythorne." Again Mukharji bowed. "An ever interesting subject to me." "You are doubtless unaware," continued Isabel, more stately than ever, "that unpleasant remarks are being made about your cousin's too frequent visits to your house." I gave her a hint upon the subject, but with no avail. She is still so young that she hardly realises how dangerous it is to bring down scandal even upon the most undeserving head. "But you and I are older than she, Dr. Mukharji, and we understand how much harm can be done to a woman by ill-natured gossip, however unfounded it may be. And I therefore come to you to ask you to make some excuse for lessening Fabia's visits to you, both as regards length and number." A mocking smile lit up the dark eyes that were fixed upon Isabel. "I see. You make an appeal to me to give up the one pleasure of my life at your bidding, the one thing that has brought me all the way from India here. Certainly you have great confidence in your powers of persuasion, Mrs. Seaton. I congratulate you upon so valuable a possession as unlimited confidence in yourself." Isabel threw back her head haughtily. "You mistake me, Dr. Mukharji. I use no persuasion, and I make no appeal. I merely point out to you what is required of you as a gentleman, and I take it for granted that you cannot disappoint me." The mocking eyes still smiled. "And you do not call that an appeal, Mrs. Seaton?" "Certainly not. It would be an insult to you to do so. One can hardly appeal to a gentleman to act as a gentleman, since it would be impossible for him to do otherwise." The charlatan was far too clever not to recognise and admire cleverness when he saw it, and just now his admiration for his visitor was marked. The girl whom Ram Chandar had once condemned as shallow and noisy had developed into an extremely accomplished woman of the world. "Then may I ask precisely what you did come to say to me, Mrs. Seaton?" "Merely to inform you that malicious gossip is beginning to couple your name with that of your cousin." "And did you suppose I did not know that already?" "Your conduct in allowing her to continue her visits proved conclusively that you did not." "So you took the trouble to come here in the midst of your busy life to enlighten me, an ignorance which had no existence save in your own mind?" "Your supposed ignorance did not originate in my mind, but in your manner, Dr. Mukharji. I had no alternative but to believe that you were unconscious that Fabia's visits here were doing her harm, as otherwise you would have declined to receive her." "You flatter me, Mrs. Seaton." "If you consider it flattery to take you for a gentleman, I do," replied the undaunted Isabel, rising from her seat. "And now, having said what I came to say, there is nothing left to say but good morning." But the fortune teller was not going to let her escape so easily. "Stop a minute, Mrs. Seaton. Not so fast. Now that we have disposed of my cousin Fabia's affairs, would it not interest you to hear something about your own?" "Not at all, thank you," conscientiously lied Isabel. If there was one thing that she would have loved more than another, it was to have her future foretold by the Eastern seer. But she knew that her husband profoundly disapproved of all such dabbling in the unseen, so she forbore. "You would not care to know what office Mr. Seaton will hold in the next Cabinet, or whether he will hold any office at all? You are indeed curiously lacking in curiosity." Isabel was sorely tempted, yet she still withstood. "I will not trespass on your time so far, Dr. Mukharji." "Because your husband has forbidden it, I see. You are indeed a wifely wife, Mrs. Seaton." Isabel did not deign to make any reply to this, but she could not fail to feel there was something rather uncanny in the occultist's knowledge of her inmost thoughts and reasons. "But do you not think it a pity," continued the fortune teller, "to allow your husband's narrow views and unfounded prejudices to limit your own mind and intelligence? Do you not think that in a matter such as this, wherein, if you will permit me to say so, you are far more competent to judge than he is, it would be better both for you and for him that you should disobey Mr. Seaton's somewhat unreasonable and arbitrary dictum?" "I neither disobey nor discuss my husband, Dr. Mukharji, so I can only bid you good morning," and Isabel swept out of the room with the air of an offended queen. As soon as she had gone, the occultist laughed aloud. To think of a brilliant woman like that subjecting herself and submitting her judgment to a narrow-minded fool such as Paul Seaton! Truly a woman in love is a wonderful and remarkable creature. Isabel at once confessed to her husband where she had been and why she had not told him of her visit beforehand. She was always candour itself, unless there was any very special reason to the contrary, as in this case there undoubtedly was, for Paul would have vetoed her visit to the charlatan at once had he heard of it. It was not that she was afraid of her husband, but that she was afraid of herself; not that she felt Paul's fiats must not be disobeyed, but that she knew it was not in her to disobey them if once they had gone forth. It was she, not Paul, who would be really vexed if her obedience to her husband did not come up to her own somewhat elastic standard. So she adapted herself to what she considered her own weakness by preventing the commandment from being made until it was already broken, a comfortable arrangement for the conscience, if not for the commandment. Paul, for his part, was immensely amused at the opportunism of his wife, though he did not always consider it politic to let that lady know how much amused he was. Matrimony, like experience, is a certificated teacher. But Isabel had reckoned without her host when she treated Dr. Mukharji as an English gentleman. He was not an English gentleman, and he did not behave as such. In spite of Isabel's appeal to him, Fabia's visits to Mount Street continued with undiminished frequency. Then at last Isabel saw no option but to have recourse to her dernier ressort, and to speak to Charlie. Gossip was making free with the names of Fabia and her cousin, and the snowball of scandal increased in size with every rotation, as is the way of snowballs and scandals. It had proved useless, and worse than useless, to tackle the principal performers themselves, so there was nothing left but to appeal to Charlie to save Fabia from herself. But Isabel knew better than to deal with him as she had dealt with the others. Charlie might not be a genius, but he was a gentleman, quite as good a thing in its way, and better for the persons with whom he had to do. There is a wonderful freemasonry among really well-bred people. They know the rules of the game, and are as slow to give or take offence as they are quick to give or take a hint. The art of taking a hint is a fine art; the art of taking offence a debased one. Therefore, all that Isabel did was to remark airily one day in the middle of a conversation with Captain Gaythorne: "By the way, Charlie, don't you think that Fabia is looking a bit pale and overdone? Why don't you take her for a run over to Paris for Whitsuntide? The London season is a trying time for unseasoned Londoners, and Fabia is new to the inhalation of wood pavements as yet." Charlie knew in a minute exactly what she meant, and was grateful to her for saying it and for not saying it. But all he replied was: "That's not a bad idea, by Jove! Not a bad one at all. In fact, I call it a ripping good one." "I should adopt it, then, if I were you," Isabel continued. "I'm sure it would do Fabia a lot of good, and you wouldn't miss much, as there is never anything going on in town at Whitsuntide. I think this is a trying sort of season. The hot weather began so soon and so suddenly. April came in like an Arctic sea lion, and went out like a hot roast lamb. A cold in the head tied me by the leg, so to speak, at Easter, and we couldn't get away then at all. So I've proposed to Paul to take me for a good long holiday at Whitsuntide, and I should advise you and Fabia to do the same." "But I thought that those government fellows had to keep their noses to the grindstone, don't you know?" retorted Charlie, as airily as Isabel herself. "So how will Seaton be able to get away on the spree?" "Well, you see, the grindstone won't be turning during the Whitsuntide recess, so no noses will be required. And after that I shall make him find some conservative nose, which, like Charlie's aunt, is still running, and pair it for another week or so. I'll bet you 5 to 1 that the whips won't let him off with the present government in such a hole. Oh, they will, I know them. They won't, especially now that the present ministry is in such a bad way that it may smash up at any moment." Isabel shook her head with her wisest air. "Not it. It is feeble and effete, I admit, but it is a chronic case, not a dangerous one. Nurses always neglect chronic cases because they are so boring and tiresome, and members of Parliament do the same." Thus Isabel conveyed to Charlie that it was his duty to take his wife out of danger as soon as he could, the only possible refuge now being in flight; and Captain Gaythorne thanked her for her solution of the difficulty, and decided to adopt it, and yet neither of them had mentioned either the nature of the difficulty or the detested name of Ram Chandar Mukharji. Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 19. What Happened in Paris. The Gaythornes were abroad for the best part of a month, and did not come back until the leafy month of June was decidedly passé. Charlie would have liked to stay away still longer, but Fabia was so tired of the solitude à deux that she insisted on bringing their stay in Paris to a close, as they had seen but few people whom she knew, and none who amused her. It was a noteworthy fact, and one which set the tongues of gossip wagging faster than ever, that Dr. Mukharji left town when the Gaythornes did, and did not come back to his flat until after their return, thus proving conclusively to all the scandal mongers interested in the matter that his object in coming to London was not to tell fortunes of ladies in general, but to have the spending of Fabia's in particular; not to divulge the futures of his numerous clientèle, but to destroy that of Mrs. Charles Gaythorne. On the evening of their return, Charlie and his wife were dining in their own house in town, old Mrs. Gaythorne having foregone a meeting for the abolition of tinned fruits among the inhabitants of the Cannibal Islands, in order to sit at meat with her son and daughter-in-law, and welcome them back to their native shores. When dessert was on the table and the servants had left the room, Fabia suddenly interrupted a stream of unmemorable conversation which had flowed intermittently during dinner, by saying, "Whom do you think we saw in Paris, Mrs. Gaythorne? Somebody who had better have stayed at home in a Protestant country than gone wandering off among Papists and worse than Papists." Mrs. Gaythorne was very fond of the expression Papists and worse than Papists, but it was a mere figure of speech. According to the good lady's ideas, the latter class of persons thus indicated were as chimerical as the anthropophagi, and the men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders. "We saw Gabriel Carr," said Fabia quietly. The bombshell took full effect. Mrs. Gaythorne fairly bounced in her chair. "I cannot believe it," she exclaimed. "Surely you are trifling with me." "No, I am not. I only wish, for Janet's sake, that I were." "Charles, is this true?" asked Mrs. Gaythorne, turning for confirmation to that son whom she had never known from his childhood to tell a lie. "Yes, mother, as true as gospel." "As Fabia says, I wish to goodness that it wasn't, for poor little Janet's sake. But it is, worse luck." "Describe the circumstances," was Mrs. Gaythorne's next command. "Tell mother all about it," said Charlie to his wife. "You're such a much better hand at reeling off a yarn than I am." Fabia, thus adjured, began. "When we were in Paris, we often went to the theatre, as we found it so very dull in our own sitting room at the hotel." "Which you ought not to have done," her mother-in-law interrupted her. "Mr. Gaythorne and I never found it dull, wherever we were. I had my committees as perennial sources of interest, and he had me." Mrs. Gaythorne, when referring to herself, always emphasized the personal pronoun, as if the other cases as well as the nominative began with a capital letter. "Of course, but Charlie and I are different," replied Fabia sweetly, as indeed they were. Mr. Gaythorne wisely allowed his wife to enjoy herself in her own way, but unfortunately his son does not follow his example. We will leave Mr. Gaythorne for the present, and return to Gabriel Carr. Where did you see him, and what did he say? And what excuse did he give for his extraordinary behaviour? Mrs. Gaythorne practised to the full the art of keeping to the point. "Well," continued Fabia, "one night when we were in a theatre, whom should we see in a box opposite to us but Gabriel Carr?" "At a theatre? And a French theatre, too? And he a clergyman? In fact, my clergyman? I cannot believe it. You must have been mistaken." "But unfortunately we were nothing of the kind," said Charlie. "I saw him as plainly as I see you now. But he was aged a bit, I admit, as the sort of life he is leading leaves its mark on a man, don't you know?" "I know nothing of the kind. Fabia, proceed with your narrative." "As Charlie says, he was aged, and he had a worn and dissipated look, but we both recognised him in an instant. And though he looked older, he was just as handsome as ever. Handsome is as handsome does, and therefore I cannot call any man handsome who deserts his wife on his honeymoon, and then hides himself behind the Scarlet Woman in the city of Babylon," remarked Mrs. Gaythorne, not without some reason on her side. "He didn't behave handsomely, I admit, but he is a jolly good looking fellow all the same, and always will be," said Charlie, echoing both his wife and his mother as usual. "But never mind his looks. Fire away with the story, there's a good girl." "The moment we saw and recognised him, I told Charlie to go round at once and speak to him, and find out what had happened." "Which I did in pretty quick time," supplemented Captain Gaythorne, "as I was afraid he would cut and run as soon as he recognised us, and I wanted to collar him before he'd got the chance." "Was he alone?" inquired Mrs. Gaythorne. Charlie looked confused. "Well, not exactly alone. I mean, I can't precisely say that he was alone, don't you know." "Then who was accompanying him?" Still Charlie stammered, and Fabia looked on in silent amusement and in mute protest against the unsuccessful old custom of Bowdlerising for the benefit of the in-laws. She was sick of her husband's attempt to re-edit her for the perusal of Mrs. Gaythorne, and she enjoyed his difficult and futile endeavour to perform a like office on behalf of Gabriel Carr. "Well, mother, don't you see? I can't exactly. It wasn't anybody you'd know, don't you know? And it hasn't anything to do with the point of the story." "Charles, do not prevaricate. It is a pernicious habit, only one step removed from actual lying. Tell me at once who was with Gabriel Carr." "It was I don't exactly know, and I couldn't exactly say. Don't you know?" "I conclude it was a brother clergyman who had been also led away by ritualism into papistry, and you are trying to screen him from me." "Good heavens, no! It wasn't anybody of that kind, I can swear," Charlie hastened to asseverate, while Fabia stifled a laugh. A new idea, replete with horror, seized Mrs. Gaythorne. "Was Gabriel dressed like a monk, I should like to know?" "Great Scott, no, mother! What questions you do ask! He was not even dressed as a parson." Mrs. Gaythorne looked mollified. "I am relieved to hear it. I was afraid the poor misguided young man might have been trapped into a monastery. But that is enough subterfuge. It is no use trying to screen him from me. If it was not a Romish priest or a monk, who was it?" Fabia was enjoying herself immensely, and she would have died sooner than respond to the constant appealing glances which her husband threw to her for help, so she held her peace and let him flounder on. "Well, you see, mother, I don't like to tell you such things, and it really isn't any business of ours, but well, it was a woman, don't you know?" "A nun? You don't mean to say he was with a nun?" almost shrieked Mrs. Gaythorne. "Great Scott, no. Far from it," Charlie ejaculated, while Fabia, who could not stifle her mirth any longer, laughed outright. Again Mrs. Gaythorne looked mollified. Things, after all, were not as bad as they might have been. "Then if it was not a nun, for which I am devoutly thankful, what sort of a woman was it?" "Well, mother, it was it was it was well, not quite a proper sort of woman, don't you know." Then at last Mrs. Gaythorne understood. "Oh, dear, dear, dear!" she exclaimed. "How very, very shocking!" But it must be admitted that the anguish in her voice was less poignant than when she had asked whether it was a monk or a nun. In her eyes it was less heinous to offend against the Decalogue than against the Westminster Confession. Like many another devout Christian, she was more lenient towards actual sins than towards saintship, which took another line from her own. "Gabriel did not see us as soon as we saw him," said Fabia, taking up the thread of her narrative again, "so Charlie went round to his box and knocked at the door. It was a pity that I was not there, as I should have gone too. Of course you could not go in the circumstances, my dear, considering the sort of person that Gabriel had with him, but a woman of my age can go anywhere and do anything. Proceed with the narrative." Charlie must tell now, as this is his part of the story. Charlie, as was his wont, meekly obeyed. "Well, when I knocked at the door, Carr opened it, and didn't recognise me for a second, as I'd got my back to the light. So I said, 'Hello, Carr, I've found you at last. I think it's time you gave some account of yourself.' I didn't speak as strongly as I felt by a long shot, as I didn't want a row in the theatre. If I'd done as I wanted, I should have knocked the fellow down then and there." "Then, Charles, I am thankful that for once you controlled your inclinations. It would have distressed me for my son to be involved in a vulgar brawl, especially in such a wicked place as Paris." "Well, mother, anyhow, I did control myself, and that is what makes what happened next all the more rummy. The moment I had spoken, though I tell you I was as mealy-mouthed as I could induce myself to be when speaking to such a cad, Carr turned as white as a sheet, with such a look of sheer fright in his eyes as I've never seen, except on the faces of recruits in their first engagement before the poor beggars had got seasoned to being under fire. And then, before you could have said knife, he dashed past me and ran for his life down the corridor, and was out of the building before I knew what he was up to. By Jove, I never saw a fellow in such a blue funk in my life before. It was a rummy go altogether." Mrs. Gaythorne gasped, and then shook her head reprovingly. "Charles, you should have stopped him. You should not have allowed him to escape before he had given some explanation of his extraordinary conduct, and sent some sort of message to Janet." "I tell you, mother, I couldn't help myself. The brute was out of sight before I knew what he was doing." "If I'd been there, I should have stopped him." "You couldn't, mother, I swear. Besides, who'd have expected an English gentleman, whatever he'd done, to turn tail and run away like a frightened skunk? There is nothing that I do not expect from misguided persons who are in secret league with the Jesuits. Well, anyhow, I couldn't stop the beggar, and I didn't. It was a great pity that I was not with you. I should have stopped him, and should have insisted upon an explanation then and there." "I did ask the woman who was with him where I could find him," continued Charlie, "but she refused to tell me anything about him. He'd evidently given her his orders, that the word was mum, as far as he was concerned; but I could see that she knew a precious sight more than she chose to tell." "If I'd been there I should have insisted upon her telling," persisted Mrs. Gaythorne, who for ever afterwards was rooted and grounded in the belief that had she been present on that memorable occasion, much further sorrow and suffering would have been avoided. The extreme unlikelihood of her presence in such circumstances, considering that nothing would induce her ever to enter either a theatre or a Roman Catholic country, did not seem to occur to her; and in some feminine and recondite manner she contrived to lay all the blame of her absence upon her son's devoted shoulders. "The whole affair upset me most tremendously, I can tell you," continued Charlie. "I always thought Carr such a ripping fine fellow, a really good chap, with no humbug about him, but as straight as they make 'em. And then to find him turn out like this well, it seems to shake a fellow's belief in everything." Tears came into Mrs. Gaythorne's eyes, and began to course slowly down her weather beaten cheeks. "That is what makes any sort of wrong doing on the part of the clergy so very terrible," she said sorrowfully. "It brings their high calling into disrepute, and appears to give the lie to the truths which they have preached. But it ought not to do so, however sadly his servants may fall away from the holiness of their first estate, and may do despite to their sacred profession. The Master is still the same, yesterday, to day, and for ever. With him there is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. Never forget that, my son." Charlie was touched, and therefore shy and uncomfortable. "Of course not, mother, of course not. I shouldn't think of doing such a thing. Besides," he added boyishly, "those of us who have good mothers don't want any parson to teach us about things. The parsons may fail us, but our mothers won't. And we shan't go far wrong if we take our mother's love as a sort of sample of what God's love is like, and depend on it just the same, don't you know." Fabia was interested and puzzled. What a strange and wonderful thing this Christian religion was! Mrs. Gaythorne, as a rule, was a Martha rather than a Mary, and busied herself with the practical side more than the spiritual side of religion. But just now there was a look in her face which must compel awe and reverence in all who beheld it. Fabia had seen the same look in Gabriel Carr's face in London and at Vernacre, though not a trace of it in the Parisian theatre. She called it illumination and inspiration, for want of a better name. Had she been brought up in the same school as Mrs. Gaythorne, she would have called it the indwelling of the spirit. The three Gaythornes talked over with one another the problem of Gabriel, and on the following day went and talked it all over again with the Seatons. But they could none of them arrive at any satisfactory conclusion, or see that anything more could be done. After the encounter at the theatre, Captain Gaythorne had explored Paris for further traces of Gabriel, but in vain. The latter had evidently taken fright at Charlie's recognition of him, and had once again disappeared. Searching for him in Paris was like looking in a bundle of hay for a needle endowed with the power of evading pursuit. So, as there was nothing further to be done, they all agreed to do it. Then Fabia did about the worst thing that she had ever done in her life. It might not be as foolish as were her repeated visits to the flat in Mount Street, but it was more evil in its essence, since it was intended to do harm, while the visits to Mount Street were only organised pour passer le temps, and, like the worst things that are done by the majority of us, it had its origin in jealousy. She went down for the day to Gaythorne, and told the full and complete history of the scene in Paris to Janet Carr. Fabia was not only jealous because Gabriel had rejected her and chosen Janet, although in spite of all that had happened, she still hated her on that score. The cause of the hatred might be over, but the hatred itself remained, since hate, like love, has a wonderful power of surviving its instigators. Her own love for Gabriel had died a sudden death on that night in Paris. Just at first, when she saw him in the opposite box, the sight of the man's physical beauty stirred the embers of her love into flames again. She was always particularly sensitive to the influence of beauty. But when she beheld across the theatre the pitiable exhibition of craven fear which the appearance of her husband produced, her love was turned into loathing and contempt. If there was one thing that she adored more than beauty, it was strength, strength as shown by physical courage, for Fabia was too elemental a woman to feel the fascination of moral excellencies. And as she had first loved Gabriel when he showed himself her master, so she ceased to love him as soon as she believed him to be in terror of her husband. But Fabia had still further cause of jealousy of Janet, for in spite of all her sorrow and misery, the supreme joy of motherhood was about to crown poor Janet's life, and to give her beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, and the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. And again, Fabia's nature was too elemental for her not to be jealous of every woman to whom had been granted the happiness which she had hitherto been denied, the culminating happiness of motherhood. We shall all do well to remember that the unclean spirit, which seeketh rest and findeth none, and so returneth to the house whence he came, taking with him 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, is nearly always the spirit of jealousy. Among all the evil demons there is none so clever as he in paving the way for his comrades, and in opening doors for the ingress which but for him would have remained closed to them for ever. So it came to pass that Fabia went down to Gauthorne on purpose to retail the miserable Parisian episode to Gabriel's wife. Janet heard her to the end with no sign of emotion, save a somewhat heightened colour. Then, when the wretched story was finished, she quietly asked, "And why have you told me this, Mrs. Gaythorne?" "Because I thought you ought to know it," Fabia replied. She had indeed managed to persuade herself that it was wrong to keep a person so deeply concerned in the matter as was Janet in the dark with regard to the kind of life which her husband was apparently leading, and that therefore it was the duty of Janet's friends to enlighten her upon the point. So specious are the arguments of the spirit of jealousy. "Why?" Janet never wasted words. Fabia was somewhat nonplussed. "Oh, because you are Mr. Carr's wife, and therefore his conduct affects you more than anybody else," she lamely explained. "That was rather a reason for not telling me," was the quiet reply. Fabia was silent for a moment. She found the calm scorn in the hazel eyes decidedly uncomfortable. Then she said, "I should imagine, now that you know what manner of man your husband is, you will leave off hoping or even wishing for his return." The hazel eyes flashed at last. "And you expect me to believe this tale you have come to tell me?" "I fail to see how you can help believing it. My husband is quite prepared to corroborate my statement that we both saw Mr. Carr with our own eyes, and although you may not think much of my accuracy, everybody knows that Captain Gaythorne is a painfully truthful person." "And given that it is true, what difference will that make?" "What difference? I do not know what you mean." Fabia gasped with astonishment. It would have made all the difference in the world to her had she been in Janet's place. Then the pent-up storm of Janet's wrath broke. "I don't believe that what you tell me is true. I can't believe it. But even supposing that it were, what is that to me? Does it make Gabriel any the less my husband? Wherever he is, and whatever he had done, I am still his wife, and he is my lord and master. Nothing can alter that. I belong to him, body and soul, to do with as he pleases. Whenever he comes back, he will find me waiting to welcome him home as if nothing had happened." Fabia was aghast. "I am at a loss to understand you," she murmured. Janet laughed in her scorn. "You understand me? Of course you can't. You, who never loved anybody in the world but yourself. How can you understand the mysterious unity of marriage? Gabriel and I are indissolubly one. Whatever happens, nothing can put us asunder. And even if it is true that he has sinned and suffered, then he will need me more than he did when he was one of the saints of God, and he will find me all the more ready to comfort and cherish him when he comes to himself. Do you remember the story of Saint Anne, who, after her husband had been stoned out of the synagogue, received him with more love and reverence than she had ever shown him before? And do you think that there are no St. Annes today? Not perhaps of your world or in your circle, but they exist all the same. Doubtless you will find plenty of people ready to help you in casting stones at my husband when he does come back. But from me, whom he has most wronged, if he has wronged anybody, he shall never hear a word of reproach, but only words of love and of welcome." And Janet, in the dignity of her outraged love, flung back her head with such a queenly gesture that Fabia stood before her cowed, as she had once stood before Janet's husband. She said good-bye and got herself out of the room as best she could, feeling for a second time in her life like a beaten cur. And from that moment she liked and respected Janet Carr, and felt that she would give the half of all that she possessed if only she could love anyone as Janet loved Gabriel. It is loving, not being loved, that makes a woman, as a king's daughter, all glorious within, and clothes her spirit as with wrought gold. In the kingdom of heaven, they who love will always take precedence of them who only are beloved. For with regard to spiritual as well as to material gifts, it is ever more blessed to give than to receive. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft Fowler. Chapter 20. Isabel's Temptation. One afternoon, not long after the return of the Seatons from their Whitsuntide holiday, the Prime Minister called upon Isabel at her house in Prince's Gardens. She was glad to see him, with the gladness which the sight of a man who has once loved her almost always produces in a woman's mind. There are few people towards whom women feel so kindly as towards the man whom they might have married, but did not. Just as there are none whom they regard with such scorn and loathing as the man who might have married them, but did not. Men dislike those to whom they have behaved badly, even more than they dislike those who have behaved badly to them. Women, on the contrary, prefer those whom they have treated badly, even to those who have treated them well. "He never pardons who hath done the wrong," is a true saying as long as we stick to the pronoun he. But substitute she for he, and the line becomes utter nonsense. For she who hath done the wrong not only pardons, She commends, she praises, she rewards. There is no kindness too extreme to be showered upon the injured one, no favour too great to be shown to him. If a man wishes a woman to become really attached to him, he must not be kind to her. He must allow her to be unkind to him. It is part of the divinely feminine law of compensation. Therefore, Mrs. Seaton, who had behaved abominably to the Prime Minister before he was ever a Prime Minister, or she a Mrs. Seaton, cherished a sincere and lasting affection for Lord Wrexham, and was always pleased to see, and to be seen by, him, especially when, as on the present occasion, she was conscious that she had on a becoming gown. She was too true a woman to flirt after she was married, and she was much too true a woman not to want to do so. The consuming passion to attract, which is so incomprehensible to the women who do not feel it and so irresistible to the women who do, was bred in the very bones of Isabel. When she ceased to feel it, she would cease to breathe. As for Lord Wrexham, to him Isabel was the only woman in the world, and always would be. But he had loved her far too well to make love to her now that she was another man's wife. The bitterest day of his life had been the day when she wrote Tekel across his name. Nothing had ever made up to him for that. True, fate had thrown into his lot certain ingredients which are supposed to compensate for a good deal in the lives of men, notably the premiership. But nothing had ever compensated him for the loss of Isabel, and nothing ever would. He felt towards fate as we all feel towards that mysterious entity in shops called sign, who comes forward, after we have finally discovered that the article we want is not in stock, and endeavours to persuade us that we really did not want that article at all, but something absolutely different of which the shop is full. For instance, if we had asked in vain for black astrachan, he begs to be allowed to fill the aching void with yards and yards of pink calico. If we have found our prayers for knitted golf jerseys ruthlessly denied, he attempts to fill our empty arms with silk umbrellas at cost price. Fate had treated poor Lord Wrexham very much the same as the being called Sign treats us all in our season. He had asked for Isabel Carnaby, and fate had given him the Prime Ministership, not by any means the same thing, and he felt, as we all feel in like circumstances, both impatient and ungrateful. "I am very glad you are at home," he began, "as I have something particular to say to you. I came late in the hope that I should find you in and alone." "In that case you should have come early," retorted Isabel. "As a rule, the later the hour the larger the meat. You remind me of a very worthy girl I once knew. She was apologizing to me for being married in Lent, and she said that as so many people seemed shocked at her being married in Lent, she had put off her wedding until the very last week." Wrexham smiled. It always charmed him to hear Isabel rattle on in her old inconsequent way. "Nevertheless, events have proved the wisdom of my course. I have found you in and alone, because nothing happens except the impossible, and you should never expect anything but the unexpected, or foresee anything except the unforeseen. That is the wisdom of life." "Then I will follow wisdom," said Lord Wrexham, "and certainly her ways are ways of pleasantness when they lead me here." "You don't want to follow her, Wrexham. She dwells with you. It is not often that she avails herself of official residences, but for the time being she has certainly taken up her abode in Downing Street." Lord Wrexham fell in with Isabel's mood. "I hope she will take up her abode there again when it is Mr. Seaton's turn to occupy one of the official residences." He never spoke of Paul without the prefix Mr. It was the only sign he made of not having forgiven Isabel's husband for having married Isabel. Also, he never addressed her by any name whatsoever. The natural man kicked at having to say Mrs. Seaton, and the spiritual man hesitated at calling another man's wife by her Christian name. In many ways Lord Wrexham was very old-fashioned. Isabel shrugged her shoulders. Not she. Wisdom won't be dans cette galère. but I shall, and I shan't make a bad understudy in the enforced absence of the real article." "Certainly you will not. You are by far the wisest woman that I ever met, as well as being the most brilliant." Isabel shook her head. "No, I'm not. Not the wisest, I mean. I'll give in to you about the most brilliant, but I am not really wise, Wrexham. That is why I admire it so much in you. You'll find as a rule that the people we all admire most are the people who really are what we ourselves pretend to be. I do not agree with you. I consider you extremely wise, and I think you should use your wisdom for the benefit of your husband and his followers. I know that you and I are one in thinking that they are going too fast, and that in grasping too much they will lose everything. And I feel that it is for you to influence the advanced section of the party through your influence with your own husband. You know as well as I do that there is nothing that Mr. Seaton would not do for you, and I want you to use that power in order to save the party from being first disintegrated and then destroyed." Lord Wrexham was far too just a man not to admit to the full his rival's excellence as a husband and a politician. Again Isabel shook her head. "But that's just what I don't want to do. I would give anything to convince Paul that I am right and that he is wrong with regard to the present political crisis, which according to you and me isn't a crisis at all and shouldn't be treated as such. But I couldn't bear to do what he thought wrong and I thought right, just to please me, which is what he is quite capable of doing." Wrexham looked puzzled. As long as the drag was put on the Liberal wheel, he did not see that the inner machinery of the drag used was a matter of much moment. "You see," Isabel went on, confidentially, "it is like this. A man will do anything that a woman asks as a favor, and nothing that she advises as the wisest course. If she begs her husband to stand on his head just to please her, he'll be found for hours together, wrong end uppermost, waving his feet aloft as if he were a pigeon in a pie. But if she tries to prove to him that the head is a safer mode of locomotion than the feet, and that he will be acting more wisely if he adopts it as such, that man will stick to his own feet as long as the world stands, and won't even go to the antipodes for fear he should thereby seem to be following his wife's superior advice, and walking upside down. Oh, I know them." And Isabel sighed over the weaknesses of the stronger sex. "Well, that makes everything more easy for you," said the Prime Minister, endeavouring to follow the thread of her argument. No, it doesn't. Just the very opposite. That way of managing a husband is quite the best way in domestic politics. No home is complete without it. But it doesn't do in really big things. It is too great a responsibility for the woman. Don't you understand? It is the knowledge that Paul will do anything that I ask him which often keeps me from asking anything. Of course, it is excellent to have a woman's strength, but it is dangerous to use it like a woman." "I think I begin to see what you mean," replied Wrexham slowly. Isabel babbled on. "I do hate a bossy kind of wife, the sort that makes her husband's mind up for him, and then sees that he doesn't change it. That isn't playing the game. Now, I always pride myself on never doing anything that I can't do really well. That is why I never play the violin or talk to young girls. I am sure you could do both extremely well." There was not much that Wrexham did not believe could be done excellently by Mrs. Paul Seaton. "No, I couldn't. Therefore I don't do them at all. But you'd be surprised at the things I've done well in my time," Isabel added, naively. "I should not. That I can swear." "Yes, you would. I've been surprised myself, and you can't think better of me than I do. I remember once Mrs. Gauthorne made me go to a village Dorcas meeting with her, and you should just have seen the flannel petticoat that I made. It was a perfect dream. I can well believe it. Well, then, you see, having laid down a rule that I would never do anything unless I could do it well, I did not marry without making up my mind to be one of the best wives that ever hopped through a wedding ring. And the best sort are not the bossy sort, and it's no good pretending that they are." The moment Isabel had delivered herself of this statement, it occurred to her that it was not quite the happiest thing imaginable to have said to her present company. But, being a woman of the world, having said the wrong thing, she stuck to it. The crowning mistake of conversation is to show that one knows one has made a mistake, just as 9 times out of 10 the greatest insult one can give is to offer an apology. So she went gaily on. Therefore, having become a past mistress in the fine art of being a good wife, I cannot debase my art by using it for unworthy purpose. Art for art's sake is ever the motto of true artists, be they artists in word or in colours, paperers or painters, so to speak. And art ceases to be art when it becomes a means and not an end. Isabel had succeeded in covering her retreat neatly. Yes, doubtless you are right. At any rate, I am sure you know best as to how far you are justified in influencing your husband's political life, but that is not really what I came to say to you this afternoon. There is something else. And what is that? Something very interesting, I hope. It is something which concerns yourself, and therefore is of supreme interest to me. Thank you, Wrexham. You always put things so nicely that one is apt to forget you are a Prime Minister. The long and short of the matter is this, continued Lord Wrexham, in his slightly ponderous manner. On account of his health, Gravesend has had to resign the governorship of Tasmania, and I want to know if you would like me to offer the post to your husband. Isabel gasped. It is always a little overpowering suddenly to find one's heart's desire within one's grasp. That is what I really came to say to you, added Wrexham. But why say it to me and not to my husband? Isabel was herself again, the impertinent self which could ask such pertinent questions. Wrexham began to explain in his usual somewhat laborious fashion. Because, owing to certain reasons which I need not enter into now, it seems probable that the Liberal party will continue in power, and you must understand, it is not customary to offer a colonial governorship to a man who is sure of a seat in the cabinet before long. It looks too much like shelving him. Then why shelve Paul? Was the quick rejoinder of Paul's wife. That is just what I am endeavouring to explain to you, because I happen to know that you would very much like this appointment, and because it is you who are my friend, not Mr. Seaton. I only feel an interest in him because he is your husband. He meant that he only felt a hatred for Paul because Isabel was Paul's wife, but that was neither here nor there. It is your pleasure and happiness that concern me, he went on, not Mr. Seaton's. My happiness is bound up with my husband's, said Isabel haughtily. The woman was suddenly merged in the wife, and for a moment she almost hated Wrexham. Then, so far as it is, Mr. Seaton's wishes are of supreme importance to me, replied Wrexham, with unfailing courtesy, and, if you wish it, I will offer Mr. Seaton this appointment at once. No, wait a bit. Don't be in such a hurry. I want to think. Isabel spoke impatiently. She had noted the Mr. and knew the social exclusiveness which it implied, and the moment of hatred was prolonged into 2. Believe me, I would not hurry you for anything. I will leave you to think the matter over, and you can send me a line in a day or so. Just yes or no will be sufficient. I shall understand, said the Prime Minister, rising from his seat. No, don't go. Stay here. I can think it over just as well in a few minutes as in a few days. In fact, better. I never make a mistake except through caution. Just as you like. My time is at your disposal, replied Wrexham, with his usual old-fashioned politeness, and straightway buried himself, after the manner of the babes in the wood, in the sweet green leaves of the Westminster Gazette. Isabel got up from her chair and went to the window at the far end of the back drawing-room, where she stood looking out upon the gardens in the rear of the house. It was a tremendous temptation, and she recognized it as such. Not only would she herself have the sort of life she liked best, but, if she accepted Wrexham's offer, Paul would be saved from making those mistakes which she felt convinced he would make as soon as he became a cabinet minister. The country was not ripe for the reforms proposed by Paul and his section of the party, would not be ripe for some years to come, and the Liberal majority which, owing to the turn affairs had taken, now seemed probable at the next general election, would be speedily turned into defeat by the oft-repeated radical error of plucking the apple before it was ripe. And then where would Paul and his followers be? Deeply buried under the onus of having broken up the Liberal party and restoring to power the present opposition. Just now the government majority was so small that nothing vigorous in the shape of reform could be contemplated. But when the hands of the radicals were strengthened, as there seemed every likelihood that they would be after the forthcoming dissolution, there was no revolution too immense, no mistake too egregious, for them to attempt to effect. Thus Mrs. Seaton reasoned, and felt that it was her duty as well as her pleasure to accept the Prime Minister's offer, and so to save her husband from himself. Of course there was the bare possibility that Paul might be right, and she wrong, with regard to what was best for the country, but that possibility seemed so very remote that she speedily dismissed it from the line of argument. But, on the other hand, there was Paul himself, with his own hopes and desires and wishes. What right had she to frustrate these hopes, even if she believed them to be delusive? What right to disappoint those wishes, even though they might be opposed to hers? There was no doubt that his political position was strengthening every day. A year or two ago the possibility of his having a place in the cabinet was frequently hinted at. Now the possibility of a Liberal cabinet being reconstructed without him never occurred to anybody. And even if her foreboding came true, and his reign was doomed to a swift and suicidal ending, he would still have been a cabinet minister, and that is something in a man's life. In fact, the only thing, except herself, that Paul had ever set his whole heart upon. And had she any right to stand between him and the realization of his life's ambition? Any right to stand between him and the fulfillment of his heart's desire? She knew that he would at once accept the colonial appointment if it were offered to him. She had no doubts upon that score. Had she not once said that she wished for it, and were not her wishes always paramount with him? She was well aware that unselfishness was one of the strongest elements in her husband's character, and that he carried it to such a pitch where she was concerned that her happiness was really and truly his, that his could not exist apart from hers. But how far was she justified in taking advantage of this deep and passionate and selfless affection, even if she believed that she was acting for his good as well as for her own? The very plenitude of her power made her pause before exercising it. All these thoughts raced through her mind as she stood looking out upon the trees in the garden, and Lord Wrexham studied the pages of the Westminster Gazette. Then suddenly there came into her head a conversation she had once had with poor Gabriel Carr about the sanctity of marriage, and stray phrases from the marriage service rang in her ears. "Wilt thou obey and serve him?" Did that mean, "Wilt thou so order his life that he shall have no voice in the matter?" That this woman may be loving and amiable, faithful and obedient. Did this mean, may she have such a strong will of her own that her husband, for the sake of peace, will always give in to her? For the husband is the head of the wife. Did that convey the idea that it was hers to command and his to submit, hers to express a wish and his to carry it out? Ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands. Was this an apostolic rendering of the modern notion that it is a woman's right to take her own way independently of the man she has married, and to live her own life utterly regardless of him? And as these thoughts rapidly chased each other through her active brain, Isabel knew for a certainty that she would reject Wrexham's offer. It was the only course open to her, as long as she regarded her marriage as a sacrament, and her husband as her lord and master divinely appointed. There was no alternative. Subjection might mean all sorts of things, but it could not possibly mean having one's own way at all costs and in defiance of all authority. If she attempted to prove that it did, not a dictionary in England would support her. As she herself had said, she could make up her mind as well in a few minutes as in a few days, and she had made it up. "It's no good, Wrexham," she said, as she came back into the front drawing-room. "I can't accept. It was nice of you to think of me, but the thing is impossible." "Just as you please." Lord Wrexham's manner was as ponderously polite as ever. It was impossible to tell from the expression of his face whether he approved or disapproved of Mrs. Seaton's decision. "I can't put my interests before Paul's in that way. It would be too horrid of me." "I thought you said they were identical." Lord Wrexham always experienced an indulgent pleasure when he convicted Isabel of inaccuracy. Isabel drew herself up. "I said that our happiness was identical. If you do quote, you should always be careful to verify your quotations, especially if you use them to point morals or to adorn tales." Wrexham took his snubbing quite meekly. He thought that he had deserved it, but he did not think that Paul Seaton had deserved the happiness which was identical with Isabel's, and he never would think so, however long he might be Prime Minister of England. A few nights after this, when Paul and Isabel were sitting together after dinner, preparatory to Paul's going back to the house, Isabel said, "What's the matter, Paul? You've been so quiet all through dinner, that I feel sure something must be the matter with you. But I didn't like to ask before the servants if it was an ill-digested foreign policy, or merely an ill-digested meal. Has anything vexed you really?" "Well, darling, it has and it hasn't." "What a statesmanlike answer! Go on." "Well, my own, if you want to know the truth, it is this. You remember once saying to me that you should like me to be appointed Governor of Tasmania in Gravesend's place if he resigned, don't you?" Isabel remembered only too well, and intimated as much, as she came and sat on the arm of her husband's chair while he enjoyed his post-prandial cigar. "Well, then," continued Paul, "I was wrong in imagining that Wrexham might offer it to me, that's all. Gravesend has resigned, and Wrexham has given the place to Lord Bobby Thistletown." "And you are disappointed?" "Oh, Paul." There was positive anguish in Isabel's voice. Surely her great renunciation had not been in vain after all. "Only on your account, my sweet. I thought you wanted it." And Paul's arm stole lovingly around his wife's waist. "And didn't you want it yourself?" There was still anxiety in Isabel's blue eyes. "I? For myself? Good gracious, no! But I want everything that you want, sweetheart, as I can only find my happiness in yours. You know that well enough. But you wouldn't have wanted it if you hadn't thought I did." "You are quite sure of that?" Isabel persisted. "Good heavens, no! How could I? It would have been the final shelving of me and the end of my political career. But all the same I should have taken it if Wrexham had given me the chance, because I thought it would please you." Isabel laid her cheek tenderly upon the top of Paul's head. "Then that would have been very wrong, dearest. Very wrong, indeed. Your wishes ought to regulate our lives, not mine. Yours will, however, as long as I am master in my own house. I can tell you that." "Well, they oughtn't to." "Well, they will. I don't think that this is the proper way of bringing a wife into subjection to her own husband." Paul laughed. "Subjection be hanged! Your happiness is my first object, and always will be. It makes me far happier to see you happy than to be happy myself, if you will excuse the bull. In fact, I can only be happy through you, so that it is really the height of selfishness on my part to do the things that give you pleasure." Isabel nestled up to him. "You are quite the nicest husband that was ever invented," she whispered. "It was a happy find of mine when I chanced upon you." "Not so lucky as mine, by a long way," answered Paul, kissing her. "But about this Tasmanian business, are you disappointed, my darling? Because if you are, I shall never forgive Wrexham as long as I live for not shelving me." "No, I'm not a bit disappointed, Paul. I've changed my mind since that time I talked to you about Lord Gravesend. I'd much rather see you a cabinet minister than a colonial governor." "I'd much rather see myself one, I can tell you that," replied Paul with a huge sigh of relief. It was such a comfort to him to find that Isabel had not cared about that Tasmanian appointment after all. "But what about yourself, my sweet? I thought you had set your heart upon being an excellency." "So I had, but I've changed my my mind, and now I'd far rather be a cabinet ministering angel than a colonial governess. If these are the proper terms for the wives for those offices." "Well, I'm very glad to hear it," said Paul, kissing her again. exceedingly glad, I can tell you. For much as I should like to be in the cabinet, it would be no pleasure to me if it didn't please you as well. But you really would enjoy it for yourself, wouldn't you? Rather. My only fear is that I am not a big enough man for the place." "Oh, you are big enough for that," replied Isabel, coolly. "You are what I should call ordinary cabinet size." "But it would please you, too, wouldn't it, my darling?" Paul persisted. "It would. It would please me most tremendously," answered Isabel. And as she thrilled at the touch of her husband's arm round her, she knew that she was speaking the truth. After Paul had gone back to the house, she went up into the drawing-room and stood with her elbows on the mantelpiece, looking thoughtfully down upon the mass of flowers which filled the unused fireplace. "I have done the right thing," she said to herself. "There's no shadow of doubt whatever upon that score. The poor darling would simply have jumped at that silly governorship, if Wrexham had offered it to him, just to please me, and it would have spoiled the rest of his life for him, poor dear. It was my turn to give way this time, and never to let him know that I had done so. It would be all spoiled if he were to find out that I had given it up for his sake, so he never must. I really think that I am on all fours with S. Peter as to the meaning of the word subjection. This was the sort of thing he had in his mind at the time, this or its Roman and Jewish equivalent. But nevertheless," she added, with a sigh, as she glanced at herself in the mirror of the over-mantel, "I should have dearly loved to be an Excellency. It is, after all, the only really graceful way of growing old." End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft Fowler. Chapter 21, Captain Gaythorne's Horsewhip. Captain Gaythorne was intensely unhappy. There could be no two opinions as to that, and his misery was beginning to show itself in his countenance and bearing. His ruddy complexion was fast losing its claim to that epithet, and his round face was growing pinched and haggard. His mother did not notice his depressed spirits and changed appearance. She was just then so fully occupied with a scheme for sending out the Sunday at home of yesteryear to the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands that she had no time nor attention to spare for domestic and family matters. Moreover, Mrs. Gaythorne had a great deal of the masculine element in her cast of mind, notably that power, usually the prerogative of the stronger sex, of steadily refusing to see a thing at all for a long time, and then as persistently declining to see anything else. The natural and normal man either believes that his nearest and dearest are as behemoth in their strength, or else he beholds the very jaws of death gaping to receive them. He knows no middle course for the treading of the feet he loves between the path of the young heart upon the mountains and the Via Dolorosa that leads direct to the grave. And in this respect Mrs. Gaythorne was one with the normal man. Fabia saw what was wrong with her husband, but she hardened her heart and did not care. She was in a chronic state of irritation against him, and there is nothing so hardening to the heart as irritability. To use a horrible and popular expression of the present day, Charlie got on her nerves. And a woman who is capable of allowing things to get on her nerves is capable of anything. Our grandmothers, bless their memory, did not allow things to get on their nerves, either their husbands or things of less importance. They knew the devil when they met him, and therefore did not confuse ill temper with ill health, nor call by the euphonious name of nerves the ungoverned passions of their own sinful hearts. It is one of the devil's latest and most successful disguises, that of the irresponsible and neurotic invalid. The pose termed neurasthenia has completely thrown into the shade his old make-up of the angel of light, as it not only deceives the victims of the performance, but takes in equally the performers themselves. And there was something, if not much, to be said on Fabia's side. Charlie simply adored his wife, but he did not take the trouble to understand her, a not uncommon mistake among those who, like the Apostle Peter, are themselves married men. Charlie had cut and dried rules as to what women liked and what women did not like, and he regulated his behaviour towards each and every member of the sex accordingly. He had a deeply rooted conviction, implanted by his father and cultivated by his mother's fostering care, that the more a man permitted a woman to trample upon him, the better that woman was pleased. And therefore he persistently made himself into a door mat under Fabia's feet, without pausing to consider whether this was the conjugal attitude most likely to suit her particular requirements. Charlie's rule of conduct was to do and to say everything that he thought would please his wife. So far, so good. But he made the initial mistake of omitting to discover in the first place exactly what would please her. In which error, again, he did not stand alone. If he had worshipped Fabia less and understood her more, things would have been better for both of them, and all this misery might have been averted. But a firm conviction is hard to uproot, especially if it be implanted in the mind of a man, and most especially if it happen to be an incorrect one. There is an innate loyalty in the masculine nature which makes it cling to wrong impressions as it would cling to lost causes. It seems somehow rather shabby to throw them over simply because they happen to be unfounded. This trait, which is not without its excellencies, is a survival of mediaeval chivalry, and accounts for much that is otherwise difficult to understand in the sons of men. Therefore, if Charlie were miserable, Fabia was miserable also. And, let conventional moralists say what they will, there are few things more selfish than misery. It is the happy people who are the kind and unselfish people, and it is quite right that they should be so. It is not when our own pockets are empty that we see to the replenishing of our neighbours. It is not when our own teeth are aching that we accompany a friend to the dentist's. With regard to suffering, although not with regard to sin, we have neither the time nor the inclination to remove the mote from our brother's eye until the operation for the beam has been successfully performed upon our own. Fabia Gaythorne was bored to extinction. The dullness of her life was well nigh killing her, and the truth that, having chosen her own lot, she was in duty bound to make the best of it, in no way affected the fact that she neither made the best of it nor even attempted to do so. Life without love is far too dull for the majority of women, so as a rule, with their usual power of adaptation, failing the real article, they invent a substitute, which is often as difficult to distinguish from the real thing as is Elkington's best electro from solid silver, the hallmark being in cipher and known only to the gods. Mortals are only able to differentiate between the two when the electro begins to wear off, and that rarely happens until it is too late to change the plated goods. Of course, ennui is no excuse for wrongdoing, but it is often a reason for it. It is the idle hearts as well as the idle hands that are supplied with occupation by Satan. The one person who saw Charlie Gaythorne's misery and was made wretched by it was Isabel Seaton. How she wished she had never invited Fabia to England at all! And how she wished she had left a few stones unturned in her efforts to bring about a match between Fabia and Captain Gaythorne. If wishes were horses, Isabel would have had a fine stud. But as it was, they were now absolutely useless. Charlie had married Fabia, and Fabia was breaking his heart. And unless Isabel were much mistaken, Fabia would soon break up his home also. Isabel was not the sort of woman to believe in platonic friendships, unless she happened to have any special reason for professing that article of faith. She was too fond of admiration, but she knew that if such friendships did exist, the contracting parties were rarely, if ever, newly and unhappily married women and their recently rejected lovers. Of course, there was the case of herself and Wrexham to prove the contrary: but she was nearly 40 and Wrexham 59, while Ram Chandar was in the prime of life, and Fabia only 23. Time not only heals many sorrows, it also obviates many dangers. Then again, Lord Wrexham was an Englishman and a gentleman, and Dr. Mukharji was neither the one nor the other, as his treatment of Isabel's appeal to him had proved. Moreover, Isabel was passionately in love with her own husband, while Fabia utterly despised hers. Therefore, the intimacy between Fabia and her cousin was not to be classed in the same category as the friendship between Isabel and Lord Wrexham. And as Mrs. Seaton contemplated what the end of the mad folly on the part of Fabia would probably be, her heart was very heavy indeed. The visit to Paris had done no permanent good. The relief it afforded had only been temporary. As soon as Fabia returned to London, her visits to the rooms in Mount Street became as constant and as prolonged as ever. In vain her husband besought her to go back with him to Gaythorne. In vain he suggested another trip abroad. Fabia was as immovable in her decision to remain in London as she had been in her decision to return to it from Paris. Charlie felt that he could not speak to her about what was filling his thoughts. Nothing would induce him to do such a thing. His chivalrous nature revolted at the bare idea of suggesting to his wife that her relations with another man were too intimate. All that he could do was to have it out with the other man himself. Therefore, the only course open to him was to go direct to Dr. Mukharji's rooms and tell the popular charlatan what he thought of him. And the instrument which appeared most to lend itself to the appropriate and adequate expression of this opinion was a good old English horsewhip. There were many reasons why the horsewhipping of Dr. Mukharji appealed strongly to the taste of Captain Gaythorne. In the first place, Charlie hated the Hindoo because the latter had once wanted to marry Fabia. And no man really likes the other men who have wished to marry his wife. In the second place, Charlie was far too normal and healthy-minded an Englishman to entertain anything but disgust and contempt for any juggling with the supernatural. He disapproved of everything of the nature of occultism, spiritualism, or prying into the future, classing them all together in his own pellucid mind under the generic term of rot. And thirdly, Charlie loathed Dr. Mukharji because he held the latter entirely responsible for the present state of affairs. Fabia was young and inexperienced, but, as he argued, and argued with some reason, Mukharji, or as he called him, "that confounded nigger," was old enough to understand the irreparable mischief he was causing by allowing scandal to associate his name with that of his beautiful cousin. Thus Charlie hated Ram Chandar with a threefold cord of hate, and decided to deal with his enemy as it pleased him. Fabia and her husband were sitting together at breakfast one morning, close upon the end of the season. It was always Fabia's habit to rise early. She had learnt it in India, and the English custom of getting up late never appealed to her. Neither did she enjoy having her breakfast in her own room, with nobody to talk to save her old ayah, Sadie, who now fulfilled the part of maid to her. She liked life and society. She hated solitude and dullness. And although she found Charlie dull enough, still even he was better than the ayah, who never did anything but echo all that her mistress chose to say. Charlie did not do very much more, it must be confessed, but Mrs. Gaythorne did. That dear woman never erred on the side of being too subservient to anybody. On this particular day, however, the cries of the South Sea Islanders for disused Sunday at homes had apparently become so importunate that Mrs. Gaythorne had risen while it was yet night to attend a breakfast meeting which had been organised in order to satisfy the spiritual hunger of the heathen abroad and the more physical necessities of their committee at home. "How are you going to amuse yourself to-day, my pet?" Charlie asked. He felt a horrible suspicion that his wife was going to see her cousin, but hoped against hope that she was not. Fabia sighed wearily. "How am I going to amuse myself? Not at all. I may try various means for the securing of that end, but it is a foregone conclusion that they will none of them prove successful." Charlie's kindly face at once assumed an expression of sympathy. He pitied Fabia profoundly for having married a fool, but he did not see how the evil was to be cured. "Poor old girl! I wish to goodness that I could hit upon something to amuse you." "I wish to goodness, or even to badness, that you could." "You don't seem to feel any interest in the sort of things that I talk about." Poor Charlie's voice was very wistful. Fabia raised her delicately pencilled eyebrows. "Does anybody?" It was extremely rude of her, but Charlie was very patient, too patient for the type of woman with whom he had to deal. "I wish I could talk about things that you are interested in, Fabia dear." "I wish that you could. It would make a considerable difference to me." "But other people can. I'm not the only person in the world." "Fortunately not." Even then the worm did not turn. "Now there's Isabel Seaton, don't you know? A rattling good sort of woman. Surely she is interesting enough for anybody. I never knew such a woman in my life for talking about thoughts and feelings and rot of that kind, and all the sorts of things that women go on about for hours and hours together. You ought to like talking to her, old girl." "When she talks rot? Thank you." The gentle Charles hastened to eat his words. "By Jove, I didn't mean that. When I say rot, I don't mean rot. I only mean that women like talking about a lot of highfalutin and sentiment, that men, poor brutes, are much too great asses to understand. And if you're on the highfalutin sentimental warpath, Mrs. Paul Seaton's your man." Still, it is possible that an undiluted and age-long tete-a-tete with Isabel might pall in time, especially upon another woman. Perhaps it might, though hardly upon another man. if that man happened to be Seaton. I never saw a beggar so cracked on his wife in my life. And after being married all this time, too. He isn't like a husband. He's more like a fellow that only meets his best girl once in a way, and has to make the most of it. He never looks at anybody else when she's in the room, and he is always straining his ears to hear what she is saying." And Charlie laughed aloud at the memory of Paul's infatuation. There is always so much more humour in a thing done by some one else than in the very same thing done by ourselves. Our mere performance of an act at once robs that act of humour, and clothes it with dignity in our own eyes. "I thought you approved of that sort of thing," said Fabia coldly. "You once told me that your father laid great stress upon the sanctity of marriage." "So he did, by Jove, so he did. He was a tremendous stickler for it. I should think he did lay stress on it. Just a few, rather." "Then why laugh at Mr. Seaton for practising what the late Mr. Gaythorne preached?" "I am not laughing at him. I admire the fellow for it most tremendously, I can tell you. But somehow it seems a bit rummy for an old fellow of that age to be so deuced spoony, don't you know? Why, if he's a day, he must be 40, and though the fair Isabel is a duck, she's no chicken." And Charlie laughed again, in the insolence of youth, at his own wit and the Seatons' folly. Fabia smiled too. It struck her as so distinctly comic for her husband to be laughing at the Seatons and good-humouredly tolerating them. "Then I gather that your late father would have commended the admirable Seaton." "Great Scott, yes! Just a little. I commend him myself. He's not a bad sort, good old Paul. But as for my father, you should just have heard him on the subject of how husbands ought to obey and reverence their wives. And so they ought. They're told to in the Bible, or something on the same lines, don't you know? I'm a poor hand at quotations, but I fancy that's the idea." "It is a good thing that Mrs. Gaythorne is not present, or she would make you look it up in the commentary after breakfast." "By Jove, so she would. The dear old mater never can bear me to be shaky about the hang of a text. She likes it all cut and dried and committed to memory. I remember once, when I was a little chap, there was a harvest thanksgiving at a Methodist chapel, the place where she went to when old Catley made such an ass of himself over that psalm business. And what should catch her eye the minute she got up from that face in the hat affair at the beginning but a cross, worked on the beam end of the pulpit in white chrysanthemums, or Michaelmas daisies, or some other flower of that persuasion, don't you know?" Fabia knew only too well, so well that she felt it would asphyxiate her to know it any better. So she rose from the finished meal and the unfinished story, and left the room, saying as she went, "You'd better put 'to be continued' and finish the tale some other time. Serial publication is the only form possible for stories of such length as that one." Charlie sat quite still after she had gone. For a few minutes he was too completely crushed to move. Then other thoughts roused him. "I wonder if she's off to that damned scoundrel," he said to himself. "I expect he's come round her with his devilish hypnotism, or some vile humbug of that sort, and the poor girl can't resist him. By Jove, if I was sure of that, I'd blow his brains out." Then a sudden idea struck him. "Great Scott! I'll go straight to the brute's place now and see what the skunk is up to, and if I find Fabia there—" Any one who had seen Charlie's face then would hardly have recognised the usually good-tempered Captain Gaythorne. It was not long before Charlie put his threat into execution, and jumped into a hansom, taking with him a brand new riding whip, which he had only bought a few days ago. But quick as he had been, somebody else had been quicker. He dismissed his cab at the end of Mount Street and walked the rest of the way. Another hansom overtook him, but as it was going the same way as he was, he did not see the occupant until it pulled up a few paces in front of him at the door of the house in which were Dr. Mukharji's rooms, and out of that hansom stepped Fabia. This was enough, but it was not all. She did not stop to ring the bell. She was too much at home for that. She opened the door by means of a latch-key, and went straight in, shutting the front door behind her, and leaving her husband, whom she had not seen, standing stupefied on the pavement. Then Charlie saw red. His wife to possess the latch-key of another man's house so that she could go in and out undetected. The mere idea of such a thing was insufferable, and drove him to absolute frenzy. It proved an intimacy between Fabia and the occupant of that house far greater than Charlie had ever insulted his wife by supposing possible. If she had a latch-key to her cousin's rooms, well, the scandal mongers were not so far out after all. Charlie was obliged to walk a little way up the street and back again in order to steady himself. He knew that if he rushed straight into Dr. Mukharji's presence, he should kill the man then and there. And for Fabia's sake he did not wish that murder should be done. But after a turn or two in the open air, his frenzy of rage subsided sufficiently to allow him to present himself as any ordinary English gentleman at the fortune-teller's door, and to ask in a fairly natural voice if he could see Dr. Mukharji. He duly sent in his card so that there might be no mistake, but he took care to follow closely upon it, to prevent the possibility of being denied admittance. He also kept his whip in his hand, so that there might be no mistake about that either. His first impression on seeing his enemy was surprise at the strong family likeness between the occultist and Fabia. Mukharji looked more like her father or elder brother than her distant cousin, and his second was still greater surprise that a man as old as Ram Chandar should obtain so great an influence over a handsome young woman such as Fabia. Youth is always sceptical as to middle age's power to charm. It struck Charlie as rather a joke that a man of 40 should be able to fascinate his own wife, but that a man apparently of about 45 should be able to fascinate Charlie's wife was considerably more than a joke, was altogether an inexplicable mystery, and a thing to be neither understood nor endured. While these thoughts raced through Charlie's brain, the Oriental came slowly forward with outstretched hand and a scornful smile, which was the very counterpart of Fabia's. "How do you do, Captain Gaythorne?" he said, in his low Eastern voice, which was as soft as a woman's. "Allow me to welcome my cousin's husband to my humble lodging." But Charlie put his right hand behind his back to where the left one was gently fingering the horsewhip. "I haven't come here for any infernal palaver," he replied, and his face looked as nobody had seen it look except his comrades in action. "I've come to tell you that I won't stand any more of your damned nonsense. There's been about enough of it as it is." The Oriental paused a moment in admiration before he answered. How splendid these English people were when they were angry! When he saw the look on Charlie's face, he understood why the English, wherever they go, are the dominant race. Then he began suavely. Surely Fabia, but he was promptly cut short by the infuriated young giant before him. Mrs. Gaythorne's name does not enter into this present conversation. Please remember that. Then may I inquire to what I owe the honour of this visit? The fortune teller tried to keep up his scornful smile, but he was trembling all over. He had never in all his life seen a man look at him as Charlie was looking. He understood now why the native tribes were in awe of Captain Gaythorne. He was in awe of the man himself. "I can soon tell you that. I've come to pay my little account of what I owe you for your infernal hypnotism and treachery and general damnableness. That's what I've come for, and if you please, I'll settle my little bill at once." And with it Charlie showed him his horsewhip, and looked like business. His rage was breaking through its leash again. The other shook from head to foot with sheer fear. Charlie saw his enemy's terror, and it infuriated him still further. What a coward the hound was! "Surely you are not going to beat me with that thing?" pleaded the trembling occultist. Charlie laughed a grim laugh that was not altogether pleasant to hear. "But I am, though. I'm going to thrash you within an inch of your life for bringing your confounded fortune telling and hypnotism and all the rest of your infernal rot into decent English houses and among decent English wives, and then I'm going to pitch your miserable little body out of the window. That's what I'm going to do, and the sooner it's done the better. I've no pity for damned scoundrels such as you." And as the memory of how this man had come between himself and Fabia rushed on Charlie, it maddened him so that he lost all self-control and seized his enemy by the throat, meaning to shake him as a dog might have shaken a rat. But before he had time to fulfil his intention, or to bring the raised horsewhip down upon the trembling form that was struggling in his iron grasp, the slender figure collapsed altogether and fell in a heap upon the floor, leaving in Charlie's hands a tangled mass of false black hair and beard. And Charlie saw lying at his feet no grovelling Indian juggler, but the unconscious form of his wife Fabia Gaythorne. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft Fowler. Chapter 22. The Effect of the Horsewhip. Dumbfoundered with amazement, and hardly knowing what he did, Charlie shouted for help, and the veiled attendant came rushing into the room with her veil thrown back, thereby disclosing herself to be none other than Fabia's old ayah, Sadie. "See to your mistress at once," commanded Charlie. "I believe I've killed her." And the big man trembled now, as his wife had trembled a few minutes before. "The Memsahib is not dead. She is only fainting," replied the ayah, unfastening her mistress's robe and pouring something between the white lips. "Are you sure?" groaned the distracted man, kneeling at her side. "Quite sure, Sahib. See, even now the colour returns to Memsahib's lips, and she begins to recover consciousness." "Then I must go," said Charlie, rising to his feet. "After what I've done, I am not fit that she should ever look at me again. But first tell me, where is the real Dr. Mukharji?" "There is no real Dr. Mukharji, Sahib. It has always been a play of Memsahib's." No real Dr. Mukharji. Charlie could not believe his ears. No, Sahib, there is Ram Chandar Mukharji out in India, but he has never been in England at all. It has been a play of the Memsahib's, because she found the English life so dull. Charlie put his hand to his head as if he were dazed. And I've knocked her down for nothing. It has all been my own infernal folly. What a confounded fool of an ass I've been." The ayah tried to comfort him. Like the rest of his servants, she adored Captain Gaythorne. "See, the Memsahib is not really hurt. She is opening her eyes." "Then I must be off." And before the dark eyes had time to unclose themselves, he was out of the room and out of the house. At first he did not know where to go. He fairly reeled with misery. He had assaulted his own wife, had ill-treated her so that he had reduced her to unconsciousness. And he felt that the shame of this would kill him. He was a branded man. He had disgraced himself and his manhood, and he felt he would never lift up his head again. That he had attacked Fabia in ignorance was not of much comfort to him, for it was his own unfounded suspicion of her that had brought him to this pass. If he had never doubted her, this terrible thing would not have happened. The hideous fact remained. He had knocked down a woman, and that woman his own wife, the woman whom he had sworn to love and to cherish. And nothing else mattered. He had done the one thing which he could never forgive any man for doing, and he could never forgive himself. He was a blackguard and a coward, and he deserved to be drummed out of his regiment. There was no palliation of such an offence as his, no excuse for such dastardly conduct. Such were poor Charlie's meditations. He never attempted to make any excuse for himself. Excuses were not in Charlie's way. He had done a shameful thing, and he must abide by the consequences. That was the beginning and the end of it. Of course he should never see Fabia again. She would not, nor would any woman in like circumstances, be able to endure the sight of such a brute as he had proved himself to be. No, she and his mother must continue to reign at Gaythorne, and he must go away and hide himself as best he could. There was no place in decent society for such as he. He did not know where to go, what to do, and half unconsciously his steps led him across to Prince's Gardens. People in trouble instinctively turned to Isabel. Her common sense and cheerful disposition made her a veritable tower of strength to storm-tossed souls. And Charlie felt that if any one could help him in this terrible strait, it was Isabel Seaton. Naturally he clung to his mother for comfort, but even the filial Charlie could not but see that Isabel was far more of a woman of the world than was Mrs. Gaythorne, and therefore more competent to advise him what to do in a matter of this kind, and therein he was right. So he went straight to Isabel, and fortunately found her at home. And he told her the whole story, extenuating nothing with regard to his own conduct, nor setting down aught in malice with regard to Fabia's. Isabel was one of the rare women who cannot only talk cleverly, but can also listen cleverly, and therefore she heard Charlie's tale to the end in silence, her expressive face alive with sympathy. One of her many gifts was that she could always put herself in another's place and see a thing from another's point of view. It is an attribute never lacking in dramatic temperaments, and an attribute which perhaps more than any other enables its possessor to attain to that universal comprehension which involves universal pardon. Therefore she understood both Charlie's and Fabia's position in the present crisis, and sympathized with both accordingly. When Charlie had finished his recital, Isabel did not say much. She knew he had come to talk to her and not to listen, and he then confided to her his intention to banish himself from his beloved home for ever, and to leave his insulted and outraged wife to reign there undisturbed in his stead. It was his old mistake. He set himself to do the thing that would best please his wife, without first setting about to discover what that thing was. But Isabel did not fall into this error. She was considerably older than Charlie, and a woman at that, and she made up her mind that Fabia herself should have a voice in pronouncing sentence upon her husband. The only bright spot in the whole ghastly concern is that it is I who have come a cropper, and not Fabia. I'd a million times sooner know myself for the confounded cad I am than that there should be a shadow of reproach against her. She is all right, bless her, as I might have known from the beginning, if I hadn't let my infernal jealousy make such a besotted ass of me. But I was a suspicious fool, not fit to black her boots, and I deserve all the misery that I shall get." And poor Charlie looked out of the window so that, as he imagined, Isabel should not see the tears that stood in his honest blue eyes. Isabel remembered Browning's lines, "Would it were I had been false, not you, I that am nothing, not you that are all." And she felt that the man in the poem would agree with Captain Gaythorne that in this case the worst had not happened. Isabel's voice was very gentle as she said, "Poor boy! Things have gone crooked, haven't they? Now what can I do to set them straight again?" She knew perfectly well what she was going to do, but she thought it much better that the suggestion should come from Charlie himself. Wise women rarely make valuable suggestions. They guide men into making them, and then they carry them out. It is the surest, in fact the only way of avoiding masculine opposition. If they are very wise women indeed, they begin with a slight demur. This not only ensures the carrying out of the suggestion on the part of the man concerned, it ensures it being carried out with enthusiasm. "That's just what I'm coming to," replied Charlie, but he did not come at once. It took him all his time just then to avoid what Wolsey would have called playing the woman, but what Charlie himself would have described as making a blooming ass of himself. The wily Isabel thought aloud, "I wonder how Fabia is now." "That's what I'm coming to," repeated Charlie. And this time he came. "I want you to be so awfully good as to take a hansom at once, and run round and just see how she is, and how badly the poor darling is knocked about. I should be so tremendously grateful if you would. And then you can tell her that she need never see me again, for I'm not fit for it." And once again the big tears hung on Charlie's golden eyelashes. "Of course, my dear Charlie, she'll be very angry at first. You can't wonder at that. But I don't believe she will prove as implacable as you seem to imagine. She'll get over it. You see, you didn't mean to knock her down." "But I did it. I can't get over that, and she won't either. Simple natures look always at results, complex natures at motives." Therefore Charlie's point of view was diametrically opposed to Isabel's. "Well, all I know is that if Paul knocked me down, imagining all the time that I was someone else who wanted knocking down badly, I should get over it." "Because you are fond of Seaton, and Fabia has never been fond of me. It makes all the difference, don't you see, whether you are fond of a fellow or not? There's nothing that a woman won't forgive if she is, and precious little that she will if she isn't." Isabel's heart overflowed with pity for the big man looking out of the window. He seemed such a boy, after all, and such an unhappy boy. "Well, Charlie," she said cheerfully, getting up from her chair, "ring the bell and tell Perkins to whistle me a hansom while I go and put on my hat, and I'll run round to Fabia at once and see how she is. And mind, if I do this for you, you must promise me in return to stay here till I come back." There was a despairing look on the boyish face that made Isabel afraid the poor fellow might do something desperate. "I promise," he said simply, and she knew that he was incapable of breaking his word. "But tell her," he continued, "that if after what has happened she'd rather I was dead, I'll go abroad and shoot myself where it would never be spotted or found out. She's but to give the word. See?" "I see. And I'll give your message." As soon as Isabel had gone, and there was no need to keep up any longer, Charlie sat down on the sofa and sobbed like a child. He cried as he had not cried since his father's death, for there seemed the same upheaval of all known laws, the same awful transition of the ordinary and familiar things of life into some dread and horrible nightmare, now as then. And now as then poor Charlie felt that he should never be happy again. Fabia, meanwhile, was undergoing a new and strange experience. She was not long in recovering from the shock of Charlie's assault upon her, as he had not had time really to hurt her, because she fell unconscious at his feet, and in so doing revealed her identity. But although she was physically none the worse for this unparalleled incident, she was mentally completely changed thereby. As she gradually grasped what had happened, and reenacted the scene in her own mind again and again, her feelings for her husband underwent a total revolution. When she saw him towering above her in his righteous indignation, and literally trembled at his wrath, she realized for the first time that this man was her master. She understood at last that what she had mistaken for the cowardice of a weak man was in reality the patience of a strong one, that what she had despised as a sign of vacillating feebleness was really the outcome of infinite self-control. Her husband had not endured and condoned her insolence and ill temper because he had not the power to control her, but because he had the power to control himself. As with her usual quickness, Fabia comprehended how totally she had misunderstood and misinterpreted Charlie's dealings with her. Her emotional as well as her mental attitude towards him changed. She had scorned the man whom she believed to be her slave, but her spirit humbled itself in the dust before him whom she recognized as her master. As she had fallen in love with Gabriel when he showed himself morally stronger than she, so now she fell in love with Charlie because he had shown himself physically stronger than she. And she fell in love all the more deeply this time because she was one of those to whom the material world is ever more present than the spiritual. And Charlie had not only shown himself her superior as regards mere brute force: there had been a look in his eye when he imagined that he was dealing direct with Dr. Mukharji, before which a braver man than Ram Chandar would have quailed, much less a highly strung woman such as Fabia. Herein she showed her Oriental blood and training. An English woman would have resented the outrage to her feminine dignity, even if she did homage to the virile strength which prompted it: but Fabia belonged to a race whose women had long lived in slavery, hugging their chains: and when she recognized her lord and master, she fell at his feet and owned his authority, loving him all the more in that he had used her roughly and treated her with contempt. As long as her husband placed the sceptre in her hands, she merely belaboured him with it: but as soon as he took his rightful place and invested himself with the insignia of his own sovereignty, there was no more humble and devoted subject to be found in the whole realm of matrimony than she. Her soul had long ago been crying out for its master, and had only so far found its mate. Now that at last it had discovered its master, it was ready to fold its tired wings in the shelter of his strong arms, and there to make its permanent resting place. When Isabel arrived at the rooms in Mount Street, the ayah ushered her at once into Fabia's presence. The latter was lying on a sofa, looking rather pale and shaken, but otherwise none the worse for what had happened. For a second or two Isabel stood looking at her, and then simultaneously the two women burst out laughing. "It was a magnificent hoax, Fabia," cried Isabel as soon as she could speak. "Simply magnificent! I wouldn't have believed that any woman could have taken in half London so completely." "I think it was cleverly done." "Clever? It was marvellous. And do you mean to say that Ram Chandar never came to England at all?" "Never. I wanted him to do so, but he refused." And then I thought what fun it would be to personate him and perform some of the tricks which he had taught me. And it was fun, glorious fun. I can believe it. It must have been simply killing to hear all those women's secrets and give them advice. I should have adored doing it." "I did. But what made you begin in the first instance?" Isabel asked. "Dullness. Dullness pure and simple. I was so bored that I felt I must do something to amuse myself, or else I should go mad. And this seemed a fairly harmless and yet absorbing pastime. It was brilliantly contrived and carried out. It was quite simple. Sadie took the rooms for me, and I dressed up in native dress and a false black wig and beard. You see, I have sole control of all my own fortune. Charlie always refuses to touch a penny of it, or to know how I spend it, and with plenty of money at one's command, everything is easy." The mention of Charlie recalled to Isabel the purport of her errand. "That reminds me, I have come to you with a message from Charlie. He is simply wild with anxiety to know how much you are hurt." "He need not be. There are some bruises on my throat, but that is all. I am quite right again now." The faintness soon passed off. "Fabia, I have come to plead with you for him. He is so mad with horror at having knocked you down that he proposes never to see you again. He thinks he isn't fit, and he is full of a wild scheme of disappearing altogether and leaving Gaythorne to you and his mother. He even says he will go quietly away and shoot himself if you'd rather he was dead. But oh, Fabia, won't you forgive him? He did not know what he was doing, and he is so broken-hearted about it." And there were tears in Isabel's eyes. Fabia looked puzzled. "Forgive him? What have I to forgive?" "Forgive him for having knocked you down and hurt you," Isabel explained. "And after all, as I said to him, he didn't know it was you." "What if he had known? I am his wife." It was now Isabel's turn to look puzzled. "I don't see what that has to do with it." "Don't you? To me it seems to have everything to do with it. Surely a man has the right to do what he will with his own." Isabel gasped. To her Western ideas this was flat heresy indeed. But Fabia, the daughter of a long line of Eastern women, saw the matter in a different light. It was one of her inherited instincts which had come down to her through the purdah and the harem, that a husband is a lord and master, and a wife a chattel and a slave. An instinct is ever stronger than reason, especially in elemental natures. "Then do you mean to say that you don't resent his having treated you like that?" "Oh, Fabia!" "Resent it? No, 1,000 times no. And more than that," added Fabia, sitting up in her eagerness, a soft light coming into her beautiful eyes, "it has changed my whole life, for it has made me fall in love with Charlie, fall in love with my own husband." "What do you mean?" Isabel was so interested that she could hardly speak. "I mean that at last I see what a fool I have been, and that there isn't and never was any other man in the world but Charlie. Isabel, don't you understand? I used to despise him because he was so meek and so gentle, and always let me have my own way and be as rude to him as I liked, and I believed it was because he was weak and feeble and not a real man. But I was a blind fool." The usually deliberate Fabia was now so excited that she could not get out her words fast enough. They tumbled one over the other. "But when he thought I was a man, and a man that he hated, he treated me as he treats other men. And I recognize him for the man he is. Oh, you should have seen him when he said he was going to thrash me. He looked like a Greek god." "I never heard such a thing in my life." Isabel was well nigh speechless. This Oriental attitude of mind was a thing as yet undreamed of in her philosophy. Fabia went on. "When I saw him look like that, I loved him with all my heart and soul and strength. And when he took hold of me, and I felt like a reed in his grasp, I simply worshipped him. I thought he was going to kill me, and that made me adore him all the more. I shouldn't have cared if he had. It would have been a splendid death to be killed by his hand." Isabel continued to gasp with sheer amazement. This new Fabia was a revelation to her. Mrs. Seaton was occidental to her fingertips, and the idea of being slain by Paul's hand did not offer the slightest attraction to her. "Now I know what he looks like in a battle," continued Fabia. "Now I know why his men are afraid of him. He is a splendid hero, and I've been treating him as if he were a stupid child. What a fool, what an arrant fool I have been!" By this time it occurred to Isabel that it might be well for the hero to learn the surprising results of his prowess. She judged, and judged rightly, that he would be, if possible, more astonished, and certainly more delighted, than she herself. "Fabia, I am going to fetch him," she cried, springing to her feet. Fabia caught her dress. "No, no, he will never forgive me. I am not fit that he should ever speak to me again after the way I have treated him. Why, I used to jeer at him and flout him, and all the while I was not fit to black his boots." Isabel burst out laughing. It was very funny to hear Fabia speaking of Charlie in so much the same terms as he had spoken of her. "Well, as you say you aren't fit to black his boots, and as he has just told me that he isn't fit to black yours, I should advise you both to go in for brown boots in the future, if you want them well cleaned." And then she hurried back to the waiting Charlie. He started up as she came into the room. "How is she? What did she say? Can she ever forgive me?" His questions followed each other in rapid succession, never waiting for an answer. "It's all right," replied Isabel, as if she were speaking to an unhappy child. "There's nothing to worry about." "She isn't badly hurt?" "She isn't hurt at all. And oh, Charlie, the most killing thing has happened. She has fallen in love with you." Charlie looked dazed. "Fallen in love with me after I've been such a brute to her? What in heaven's name do you mean?" "I mean exactly what I say." And then Isabel told him, as briefly as she could, of the unexpected turn that things had taken. As she had anticipated, he was as much astonished as she had been. In fact, this good news, following so closely on his recent despair, was almost too much for him. But he quickly pulled himself together like the man he was. "By Jove, this beats cockfighting," was all that he could say at first, and he said it several times. Then, as the effects of the shock gradually subsided, he announced his intention of going with all possible speed to his newly reconciled wife. "Go at once," replied Isabel, who was nothing if not practical. "I kept my hansom, as I knew you'd want one in a hurry." "Mrs. Seaton, you're a brick!" cried Charlie, grasping her hand till the rings cut into her fingers and almost made her scream. "But look here, Charlie," she added, laying her uninjured hand upon his arm, "don't go and make the old mistake over again. You have won Fabia's love by showing her that you are her master. Now don't go and throw it away again by behaving like her slave." "But I can't behave like a brute to the poor darling." "Yes, you can, like a nice brute. The long and short of it is, Charlie, that you've been much too meek. Women don't like meekness, especially Eastern women. They spell it with a W and despise it. Remember, the husband is the head of the wife, and must behave himself accordingly." "Is he?" Charlie looked doubtful. "So the Bible tells us." "Does it, by Jove? Well, there's no getting round the Bible, is there?" "Certainly not." "I've always had a sort of notion that it was the other way on, that the wife was the head of the husband, and all that kind of thing, don't you know? But I suppose I was up a wrong street." "You were an absolutely wrong one," replied Isabel firmly. But considering that his own mother had been the living epistle known and read of Charlie, she felt that she could not altogether blame him for this misinterpretation of revealed truth. "Well, I'll try and get the right hang of the thing this time," cried Charlie, as he escaped from Isabel and jumped into the cab. Both he and Fabia were sorely exercised as to what they should first say to each other. They composed reams of pretty confessions which never saw the light. But when the moment came, they said nothing at all, but just flew into each other's arms, and blotted out all their past misunderstandings and misery with kisses. As a patent past eraser, there is nothing equal to a kiss. It will remove every stain, and make things generally as good as new. Some people endeavour to erase things by means of explanation, but these are not a success. They nearly always leave a larger mark than the original one, as benzine often does, but kisses rarely, if ever, fail. They clear away everything, provided, of course, that the genuine article is used, and not a counterfeit. And the genuine article comes straight from the heart. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft Fowler. Chapter 23, A Second Gabriel. Just at first Charlie was tempted to fall into his old mistake of making himself into a doormat for Fabia to walk upon, and thus once more upsetting the apple cart which had so recently regained its equilibrium. But, supported by Isabel's constant encouragement, he nobly struggled against the old man that was in him, and bravely endeavoured to put on the new man, of whom he himself so heartily disapproved. And his efforts were amply rewarded by his wife's increasing devotion to him. As she said one day to Isabel, "When he looks particularly adoring, with that old dog-like expression of abject devotion, I just shut my eyes and see his face as it appeared that day in Mount Street, and then I worship him more than ever." She kept the riding-whip as a sacred treasure, and fondled it at intervals, the humour of which arrangement strongly appealed to Mrs. Seaton. "I think it is perfectly fascinating of you to cherish a horsewhip as a relic," she remarked. "It is so much more original than flowers and letters and ordinary rubbishy things of that kind. I've got hidden away somewhere, goodness knows where, a spray of roses and maidenhair that Paul once gave me before we were engaged, and now the roses look like scraps of worn-out boot leather, and the fern like dried essence of mint sauce. But a relic like a horsewhip never grows old. It will be as fresh 100 years hence as it is to-day, and as full of meaning." Fabia laughed. "Yes, the meaning is fairly obvious. That's one of the beauties of it. Flowers want such a lot of letterpress to explain their special fragrance. Ben Jonson had to write a whole song to expound to the uninitiated that his rosy wreath smelt not of itself but thee. And my aforesaid rosy wreath smells neither of myself nor of Paul, but of decayed vegetation. But a horsewhip requires no explanation. It smells of leather and speaks for itself. And he who runs may read, as may also he who runs away." "You would not have liked a whip as a relic, Isabel. You know you would not. It would be to you a symbol of all that you most disliked in your husband." Isabel sighed. "Perhaps not. But I wish I'd something more interesting to treasure up than dried herbage, and I don't even know where that is. It is so fearfully commonplace to express love by means of roses, and so original to express it by means of a horsewhip." "Not so original among the lower classes, I fancy." "Perhaps not. But the whole heart of the great middle class offers itself to its respective young women by the token of roses and maidenhair, and it is the love of the great middle class that is so respectable and so dull." "But, my dear Isabel, I thought that you prided yourself upon belonging to the great middle class, and upon being absolutely normal and commonplace." There was a mischievous gleam in Fabia's eyes as she spoke. "Oh, I forgot. So I do. I'm glad you remind me of it. To tell the truth, it is one of my favourite poses." It was one of Isabel's many virtues that she was always ready to laugh at herself. "Now I come to think of it, I'm very pleased that the romance of my life is embalmed in the absolutely ordinary and normal form of a spray of roses and maidenhair, and I shall set about finding it at once, and treasuring it accordingly, though I can't for the life of me remember where I've put it." Fabia was right. The submission which was delightful to her was difficult to Isabel. The Eastern nature loved to submit, the Western nature found it hard to do so. Yet both did it in the spirit, if Isabel sometimes failed in the letter, and each in her own way fulfilled the apostolic injunction. "And now, Fabia, no longer grumbled at the length of Charlie's anecdotes. On the contrary, she listened from beginning to end, laughing and applauding at the right moments, as a good wife should. Even in the story of Mrs. Gaythorne and the harvest thanksgiving, she murmured responses of the correct sort at the correct places, never omitting one. It is always amusing as well as profitable to see a wifely wife listening to her husband's stock anecdotes. The recital becomes a sort of litany, wherein he takes the part of the parson, and she that of the parish clerk. He pauses for her responses, and she utters them almost before he has time to pause, and thus gives the lead to the rest of the congregation. She is not enthusiastic, not too much surprised or too much amused. That she leaves for those of the audience, if there be any such, who have never heard the tale before. She does not laugh herself, she merely shows others when to laugh. In short, she uses a mental tuning fork, and starts the tune for others to sing. And she generally affords the same official support to the reciter of the anecdote as the clerk affords to his parish priest. At the end of July, the Gaythornes duly migrated to their country house, and there found Mrs. Carr and her daughter-in-law pursuing the even tenor of their way, uncheered by any news of Gabriel. It seemed, indeed, as if the lost rector were blotted out of existence, and as if that passing glimpse in the Parisian theatre were the last that would ever be seen of him by those who had known him in his former state of existence. Janet was very calm, very resigned, and her love for her husband stood the test of time and absence, remaining as firm and devoted as ever. She carried the art of perfect wifehood to a point not attained by Fabia or by Isabel. They loved and honoured and obeyed men who would only be obeyed in spite of themselves, men who freely and chivalrously offered the submission and devotion which they had the right to demand, men who, in spite of, or rather perhaps on account of, their divine right of kingship, always rendered to the consort the special honour and the higher place. The theory of wifely submission might be naturally acceptable to Fabia and naturally unacceptable to Isabel. They approached the question from the opposite sides of two hemispheres, but the practice of the thing was simply child's play where such men as Paul Seaton and Charlie Gaythorne were concerned. But with poor Janet it was different. She had sworn allegiance to a monarch who had vacated his throne as soon as he had the right to occupy it. She owed her submission to a king who had flung away his crown the moment after it was planted upon his brow. Yet her fealty remained unaltered, her loyalty unchanged. She was married to a husband who had apparently repudiated her without the slightest reason for so doing. And yet her wifely devotion was as deep and absorbing as it had been on her marriage day. She was prepared, should Gabriel return to her, to welcome him back as if nothing had happened, and to love and to cherish him as tenderly as ever, asking no questions and uttering no reproaches. And should he never return to her, to go mourning for him all the days of her life, and to go down to the grave honouring and respecting his memory. And then it came to pass that a great change came o'er the spirit of Janet's dream. For her there was a new heaven and a new earth, so new and so wonderful that for a time sorrow and sighing fled away, and her former miseries were forgotten. In the middle of August her baby was born, and she touched the high water mark of human happiness, and entered into the earthly paradise, that paradise which was opened to woman after her banishment from Eden, and the gates whereof have never yet been closed. True, those gates are still guarded by the twin cherubim, Sorrow and Suffering, whose fiery swords pierce to the very bones and marrow, but they are not impregnable. and those blessed among women who win through those fiery barriers and reach the other side find themselves resting at the foot of the tree of life which grows in the very midst of the paradise of God. To Janet's delight, the baby was a boy, and her mother-in-law shared her joy, for Mrs. Carr was one of the people who consider that the world was made for men only, and that girls and women were mere padding. To bear a son was in Mrs. Carr's mind the height of feminine honour and glory. To bear a daughter, only one degree more creditable than being an old maid. It is not an uncommon type, and it came to perfection in the early Victorian age. Mrs. Gaythorne was as early Victorian as Mrs. Carr, but in this respect the two ladies fundamentally differed. It was the grief of Mrs. Gaythorne's life that she had never had a daughter to train up in the way that she herself had so ably and so firmly trod. And she had abundant sympathy with the regret which the immortal aunt of David Copperfield summed up in the expression, "Your sister Betsy Trotwood." Even now Mrs. Gaythorne's mind bristled with devices whereby Charlie's sister, if he had ever had one, might have benefited the human race. A son was all very well, she admitted. He could fight for his country, and he could follow in his father's footsteps, and step into his father's shoes, but he could neither conduct a mothers' meeting nor regulate a ladies' needlework guild, and it was no use pretending that he could. Yet duties such as these might, and probably would, have been ably fulfilled by his sister, if only he had had one. Therefore Mrs. Gaythorne never ceased to regret the absence of that amiable and efficient young lady. Therefore it followed that Mrs. Gaythorne seriously objected to the sex of Janet's baby, and was the more deeply rooted in the objection, which she experienced more or less towards every mother's son, whose advent was chronicled in the first column of the Times, by the peculiar circumstances of the case. In the first place, she argued in her own mind, it was far more difficult for a woman to bring up a son than a daughter without her husband's help. And in the second, another Gabriel Carr did not seem likely to make for the comfort of those concerned in him, judging from his father's recent example. But Janet's happiness was complete. God had given to her the desire of her heart, a son to fill Gabriel's place and to take Gabriel's name, and so she was content. Of course, she could not fail now and again to be overpowered with longing for her husband to share this new bliss with her, but she was one of those rare people who really and truly have faith in God. The majority of us believe in him more or less, so do the devils who believe and tremble. But how many of us believe in him as the great controller of all things, without whom not even a sparrow can fall to the ground, and yet who calleth the stars by their names, that not one faileth? How many of us actually hold fast the truth that our times are in his hands, and that nothing can happen to us save what is ordained and permitted by him? If we really believe this, what would become of all that worry and anxiety which burden our hearts and line our faces? Where would be our despair for the present, or our doubts for the future? If we believed with our hearts what we profess with our lips, that all things work together for good to them that love him, according to his promise, we should mount up with wings like eagles, and should walk and not faint. But we do not really believe it. Every foreboding for the future, every doubt, every fear, are so many contradictions of his word, so many slurs upon his faithfulness. And thus, by our own limitations, we limit the power of God, and he cannot do many mighty works among us because of our unbelief. If thou canst do anything, have compassion upon us and help us. So prayed the father of the boy possessed with the dumb spirit, and so we are praying today. And the answer is the same as it was then. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. There is no limit to what Christ can do to help us. The only limit is in ourselves. The words of Jesus are still sounding in our ears. According to your faith, so be it unto you. And it is unto us only according to our faith, and therefore the result often falls short of what He is ready and willing to do on our behalf. Through our blindness and hardness of heart we cannot believe, and so we miss the blessing that would otherwise be ours, and forfeit our inheritance. But Janet Carr was so rooted and grounded in the faith that all things are made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made, that she accepted all the orderings of her life as direct from him, and therefore never chafed nor rebelled. She was as certain that the cloud which had darkened her life had been sent by God, as she was certain that the birds and the flowers were the works of His hands, and she knew that all things were working together for her good, however hard it might be just now to understand their why and their wherefore. There was much consultation and discussion over the baby's name, the fact that his mother had already settled it in no way interfering with the full expression of Mrs. Gaythorne's views upon the subject. If it had been a girl, she remarked, as she and Mrs. Carr were sitting by Janet's sofa, it might have been called after me. As usual, she used the capital letter in speaking of herself. I approve of children being named after their godparents. Janet had already asked Mrs. Gaythorne to act as godmother. That lady seemed so admirably fitted to renounce the devil and all his works on behalf of anybody or everybody. So it might, agreed Janet, but being a boy, there are difficulties in the way. I never heard of a boy being christened Eliza. Neither did I, my dear, nor should I approve of such a thing. I do not like boys to be christened by girls' names. It savours of popery. There is nothing that shocks me more than to hear of Roman Catholic kings being called Joseph Mary, and mixed names like that. No, replied Janet demurely, I agree with you that Eliza is not a suitable name for a boy. In fact, I don't remember ever hearing of even a Roman Catholic king's being christened Eliza. I do not recall one myself at the present moment, but I dare say there are plenty if we only knew. Romanists are capable of anything. Here Mrs. Carr joined in. Still, dear Mrs. Gaythorne, I always considered Eliza quite a Protestant name, so suggestive of good Queen Bess and the Electress Sophia of Hanover and people of that kind, and I almost think that Martin Luther's wife was called Elizabeth, if it wasn't Catherine, and there is nothing at all Romanizing in the poetry of Eliza Cook. Mrs. Gaythorne was pleased at this complimentary reference to the name given to her by her godfather and godmothers in her baptism. Yes, I think there is a good Protestant sound about Eliza, and I thank heaven for it. I should not have liked to bear a popish-sounding name. That is my only objection to Mary. To my mind it savours somewhat of Roman Catholicism, even when applied to a woman. Oh, no, 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 dear Mrs. Gaythorne, pray do not say that, Mrs. Carr expostulated. I must say it if I think it. Janet failed to see this necessity, but to Mrs. Gaythorne it was paramount. Mary is the most beautiful name in the world, continued Mrs. Carr. I remember learning a poem when I was a girl which began, "In Christian world Mary the something wears." I forget exactly what it was that she wore, but I know it meant that Mary is the most beautiful name in the world except Edith, and I really don't think it sounds at all popish unless you put the prefix bloody before it. I don't indeed, Mrs. Gaythorne. Janet was not very strong, so she utterly failed to conceal her amusement. I don't remember ever to have heard of a child being christened Bloody Mary, she remarked. Excepting the queen of that name, emended Mrs. Gaythorne. I don't think that even she was christened anything but Mary. I fancy the other name was an accretion. Janet Carr, do not attempt to teach me history. Bloody Mary was her name, and Bloody Mary was her nature. From my earliest childhood I have called her by no other name, and I never shall." This was conclusive, so Janet wisely dropped the subject. "If I had had a daughter," remarked Mrs. Carr, "I should have called her Margaret, after poor dear Aunt Susan." "I do not quite see that, Eveline. How could you call her Margaret after a woman who was named Susan?" "Because poor dear Aunt Susan's name was Susan Margaret, and Margaret is so much the prettier name of the two, and I think it is much nicer for a girl to have a pretty name than an ugly one, if it is all the same to everybody, and the relations equally pleased. I think Margaret is a sweet name in itself, and Madge or Maggie so nice for her own family and intimate friends, and not quite so stiff and stately, being shorter for everyday use." "If I had been so blessed as to have a daughter," said Mrs. Gaythorne, "I should have called her Maria, after my eldest sister." "But you said it sounded Popish, Mrs. Gaythorne." Janet could not resist this temptation. "I did nothing of the kind, Janet Carr. I said that Mary did." "But they are the same name." "Janet Carr, you are talking nonsense. You might as well say that Eliza and Elizabeth are the same name." "So they are." "They cannot be, because I was christened Eliza after Lady Summerhill, and my youngest sister was christened Elizabeth after Aunt Elizabeth Latimer, and our parents could not possibly have called two children by the same name. Besides, Lady Summerhill and Aunt Elizabeth Latimer were totally different people, in no way resembling each other." This again was conclusive, so Janet once more wisely turned to a side issue. "Well, for my part, I don't see that Maria sounds more Protestant than Mary." "It does. My eldest sister was named Maria." This was the most conclusive of all. Janet felt that to go on arguing in the face of this statement was beating the air, so she desisted. "And she was named Maria," added Mrs. Gaythorne, by way of further proof of the Protestant tendencies of the name, as if any further proof were needed, "after Aunt Maria Latimer, who always lived in the near vicinity of our birthplace." It was on the tip of Janet's tongue to ask where that was, but she checked herself. It seemed such a proof of historical ignorance not to know Mrs. Gaythorne's birthplace. "But we are wandering from Janet's point," Mrs. Gaythorne went on. "The question to be now considered is, what are we to call Janet's baby?" "He will be called Gabriel, after his father," said Janet. She spoke very quietly, but the two who listened realised that the matter was settled, and that further discussion was useless. So Mrs. Gaythorne dropped the subject. She knew her match, and what is more, she respected her match when she met it. The weeks rolled on, and each day led to the discovery of fresh perfections in the baby Gabriel. No one who has not watched the growth of a little child has any idea of the wonderful developments which are new every morning, nor of the absorbing interest which such developments excite in the loving mind of the onlooker. There is no interest more absorbing, few as much so. Yet it is the fashion nowadays to scoff at the delights of the baby world, and to pretend that modern women need wider fields of thought and occupation than the house and the nursery afford. Let the modern women scoff if they will, but let them also remember that if they would have a foretaste of the millennium here and now, they must put away for a time all the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of its riches, and must slip aside into that magic fairyland which lies around all of us in our infancy, but of which, alas, we soon lose the key, so that we can go in and out by ourselves no more, and they cannot do this unless a little child shall lead them. It was a bitterly cold evening early in the new year. Mrs. Carr had gone to visit some friends in the neighbourhood of her old home, leaving Janet to the uninterrupted society of her baby. And Janet was happy in the new bliss that had come to her, although sometimes her longing for her husband seemed almost more than she could bear. But she had learnt to possess her soul in patience, and to wait upon the Lord. And therefore, as in the case with all those who have thus learnt to wait, he inclined unto her and heard her calling. Suddenly the front door bell rang, and as the one servant was upstairs and the other was out, Janet laid her baby down on the drawing-room sofa and went to open the door herself. She thought it could not be anybody but Mrs. Gaythorne or Fabia at this late hour of the day, and she did not want to keep either of them standing out in the cold, but it was neither the one nor the other. On the doorstep stood a tall man, dressed in a light suit of clothes, over which he wore a somewhat flashy top-coat with a velvet collar, the sort of costume that would be worn by a fifth-rate actor or a member of the swell mob. Janet was a short woman, and the hall at the rectory was but poorly lighted, so that she saw the stranger's clothes before she saw his face, which was in the shadow. But as he stepped forward, and the dim light from the hall lamp fell upon him, what was her incredible joy and gladness to recognise in this showily dressed stranger her husband, Gabriel Carr. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 24. The 5 Dots. With a cry of delight, Janet flung herself into her husband's arms, and the two clung to each other for a few seconds in the inarticulate joy of reunion. Then she drew Gabriel into the house, shutting the door behind him, and gazed earnestly into his face. Her first thought was that they had lied to her when they told her that sin and shame had written their story upon his features. There was not a word of truth in such a statement. He looked older, perhaps, but his face was more spiritual and saintly than ever, the face of a man who, like Enoch, had walked with God. Her next thought was how much better in health he looked than when they parted. He had lost all signs of delicacy, and appeared strong and well and in good condition. Then all thoughts were swallowed up in the ecstasy of seeing him face to face, and feeling his dear arms round her once more. It was only now that the misery of it was suddenly relaxed, that Janet realized all the agony she had undergone since Gabriel's disappearance. It was only in the revulsion back to joy that she knew how terrible the bygone pain had been. For a time her whole being was merged in the torrent of overwhelming happiness which swept over her soul. Wherever Gabriel had been, he was now at home again. Whatever he had done, he was still her husband, bound to her by an indissoluble tie which could never be broken. For what seemed an eternity of bliss, the two married lovers remained locked in each other's arms, murmuring meanwhile passionate and inarticulate expressions of tenderness and endearment. The first to speak was Janet. "Oh, my love, she whispered. "It is heaven on earth to have you back again. My dearest, think what it must be to me to come back. Dear heart, where have you been this long time?" Janet went on when her husband allowed her once more to speak. "Life has been dark and hard indeed without you." Gabriel's eyes filled with tears as he looked into her face and saw the lines that sorrow had engraved therein. "My poor little girl, what a brute you must think I have been." Janet started back, and put her hand over his mouth. No, Gabriel, I have never thought you that, although God knows it has been hard to hear. He also knows that I have never once doubted you, nor imagined for a moment that you were in any way to blame. My confidence in you is as firm and unshaken as it ever was. See, my beloved, I will prove it to you by never again asking you any questions as to your absence. As long as you tell me that you have been well and happy, I am content. My own darling wife. It isn't that I don't wonder where you have been and why you didn't come back to me before, continued Janet. I have done nothing but wonder that all the time. But if for any reason you would rather not tell me, don't. Remember, nothing that you say or leave unsaid will ever make any difference in my love to you." Gabriel's only answer was another passionate embrace, and then Janet said, "Come into the drawing-room, love, and see baby, and I will get you something to eat." Even Gabriel, well as he thought he knew her, was astonished at her absolute trust and confidence. Was there another woman in England, he wondered, who in such circumstances would not have insisted upon knowing where her husband had been, and what he had been doing, and why he had forsaken her? He had not found so great faith as this in all his life before, and when she laid their baby in his arms it was just the same. She gave up the child absolutely into his keeping, without asking why he had left her house unto her desolate until that child was born. "But, my dear love, you must hear why I went away and why I could not come back before," he said, after he had kissed and blessed the boy. "Not unless you wish to tell me," she repeated. "It is enough for me that the dead is alive again and the lost is found." And once more he marveled at the perfection of her faith and love. But after he had had food and drink, and was refreshed and strengthened, he told Janet his story, and she sat at his feet in the firelight, and tasted the full fruition of human bliss. "After I left you that day in the inn," he began, "I walked for a time over the moor, and then the fog suddenly became so dense that I missed my way altogether, and when I tried to get back again I found that I had completely lost all my bearings. Once or twice I found myself at the edge of deep pits or quarries, and was only just saved from falling over. So, after one or two experiences of this kind, I decided that it was unwise to wander about any more in the fog, and that I had better find some sheltered spot and stay there until the mist lifted." Janet shuddered. "How terrible!" she murmured. Gabriel continued, "Then suddenly I found myself close to a shepherd's hut, and thought I would wait there until it was safe to go back to the inn again. It was not yet dark, as it was still early in the afternoon, but the wall of white mist was impenetrable. So I entered the hut, and to my horror found that it was already tenanted by an escaped convict from Dartmoor prison. I knew him at once by his dress." "Oh, Gabriel, whatever did you do?" "I did the best I could in the circumstances. I told him at once who I was and that I had lost my way, and I begged him of his courtesy to allow me to share the hut with him." "Was he very wicked looking?" Janet asked. "No, that is the strange part of the story. He was an exact counterpart of myself in appearance. The same age, the same height, the same coloring, the same features. He might have been my twin brother. I have since found out that he was a noted criminal of Italian extraction, by name Cesar Costello, and that he was serving a 5 years' sentence for a burglary near Exeter, more than a year of which sentence was yet to run." "How very strange that he should have been so like you!" exclaimed Janet. "Those accidental resemblances are always strange, my darling, but perhaps this one may be to some extent accounted for by the fact that both Costello and I have Italian blood in our veins, and in the two cases the same mixed nationalities have produced the same physical type. Yes, now I begin to see how it all happened." Gabriel continued his narrative. "But the worst part is yet to come. To my further horror I found that the man was raving mad. At least so he appeared to be at the time, but I have since discovered that he feigned madness in order to suit his own purposes, and was really as sane as you or I, and a great deal cleverer." "What did he do?" "He was silent at first, evidently maturing his plans, and seeing how he could make the most of the opportunity thus thrown in his way. And then suddenly he seized a rifle which he had with him. He had seized it, I presume, from the warder in charge of the gang, when he knocked the latter down and escaped, and held it at my head, saying that he would shoot me if I would not grant a request he was about to make." "And what was his request?" asked Janet, absorbed in the story. "That he might tattoo me on the shoulder. It seemed a mad idea at the time, just the thing for a maniac to think of, but I have since seen how ingenious it was." "So you submitted?" "There was nothing else to be done. It seemed certainly preferable to be tattooed than to be shot, and it never occurred to me at the time that the man was anything but the dangerous lunatic he pretended to be, so I thought it my wisest plan to humour him. Certainly, you were entirely at his mercy, since he was armed and you were not, and Janet shuddered again at the thought of her husband's imminent peril. So he unloaded his rifle, took the gunpowder out of one of the cartridges, and, with the aid of the finest blade in my own pocket-knife, which he borrowed for this occasion, tattooed my shoulder with 5 small dots in the shape of a cross. Did it hurt? Janet was always very woman. Only like 5 pinpricks. It was done in a few seconds. He just pricked the skin and rubbed the gunpowder in. Then he laid down his weapon and became most affable, showing me a similar tattoo mark on his own shoulder, and I, fool that I was, congratulated myself upon having humoured his insane fancy so successfully. By that time it was really getting dark, and as soon as the darkness came on, the man picked a quarrel with me, evidently in accordance with his rapidly devised plan. What did he quarrel about, dearest? I really cannot remember, Gabriel replied. It was all so sudden. Before I knew where I was, he was wrestling with me, and we were fighting for dear life. And after that, I remember no more, until I came to myself, many weeks afterward, in the prison infirmary, after a severe attack of brain fever, and found that I had unconsciously taken the place of the escaped convict. Janet seized her husband's hand and covered it with kisses. "Then did you tell them who you were, and explain everything?" she asked. "Of course I did, but nobody believed me. They had found me lying unconscious at the bottom of a stone pit, close to the shepherd's hut, and I wore the convict's outward appearance, and was dressed in convict's clothes. Moreover, if further proof were needed of my identity with him, he was distinguished by a tattoo mark upon his shoulder, 5 dots in the shape of a cross, and there on my shoulder was the same self-mark, which, by the time that I was well enough to require confirmation as to who I was, had lost every sign of being recently done, and looked as if it had been there for years. How could they doubt that I was he? Oh, Gabriel, they ought to have known better." Gabriel smiled the old sweet smile that Janet knew so well. "I do not really see that they were so much to blame. All the evidence was on their side, and naturally they regarded my statement either as the delirium of illness or the feeble subterfuge of a recaptured prisoner. Besides, my very hands testified against me, for, as you know, I have so roughened and coarsened them by working with the lads in my parish at carpentering and gardening and the rest, and by conducting the gymnasium for the benefit of the boys, that no one could take them for the hands of a gentleman. They looked as if the picking of oakum had been their wonted occupation." "Then evidently the man escaped in your clothes, because you were supposed to have ridden to Newton Abbot in a farmer's cart, and to have taken the train to London," said Janet. "Was I? Then evidently the man who went to Newton Abbot was Costello wearing my clothes. He must have knocked me senseless, and, while I was unconscious, have changed clothes with me. Then apparently he dragged me out of the hut and threw me over the edge of a neighbouring stone pit, not caring whether I was alive or dead, and then he escaped to London. It was evidently he whom the Gauthornes saw in Paris." And then Janet related to Gabriel the Parisian incident. "Those are his clothes that you are wearing now, I presume," she added. "The clothes that he wore when he was first taken into custody?" Gabriel looked down at himself with disgust. "Yes, the prison authorities gave them to me this morning when I left off my convict dress. Are they not too terrible for words? Costello certainly got the best of the bargain in the way of clothes," and he laughed softly. "And you served out the rest of his sentence?" "I served out the rest of his sentence, my dearest, and God was with me all the time." Thus the year which the locust had eaten was returned to Janet, and her husband came back to her alive and well, although, or perhaps because, she was prepared to forgive everything. There was nothing for her to forgive, for it is the things which we cannot do that we are called upon to do in this life, not the things which we can. How often we notice that sickness is sent to those who lay unnecessary stress upon the advantage of bodily health, and poverty to those who set undue store upon the possession of riches, while such as exaggerate the happiness of human companionship are doomed to a solitary life, and such as crave inordinately for fame and distinction are condemned to ineffective obscurity. Just as in the old days it was the cowardly schemer, the man who always made up in craft what he lacked in courage, that was compelled to wrestle upon Mount Peniel until the breaking of the day, while it was the very Hebrew of the Hebrews, the man who breathed out threatenings and slaughter against the disciples of the Lord, and brought them bound to Jerusalem, that was called to be the great apostle of the Gentiles. Thus men and women are taught how to compass the impossible, and to endure the unendurable, since all things are possible through Christ which strengtheneth them. There was great interest felt and expressed not only in his immediate circle, but all over England, in Gabriel Carr's return. His experience was so remarkable that it was commanded universal attention. Of course there was sincere regret expressed in high and official quarters over what had happened, and an elaborate apology was dispatched from the Home Office. But official apologies, however handsome and well-clothed they may be, hardly compensate to an innocent man for the discomforts arising from false imprisonment. The mistakes of those in authority are hard to correct. The state can do no wrong, and therefore when it does, it is no easy matter to put affairs right again. But all things work together for good to Gabriel Carr, according to the promise. As he had preached and as he had believed, so it was done unto him. The regular hours of plain fare, and the absence of all responsibility in his prison life, had done more for his overwrought nervous system than any so-called rest cures could have done, and Gabriel was once more a strong man. Like Janet, he had learnt to cast all his cares upon one who cared for him, and so he likewise had possessed his soul in patience, and had waited for the Lord. But although he was restored to health and strength, the rector of Gauthorne did not resign his country living and once more take upon himself the responsibility of a town parish. He gave all his spare time, of which he had plenty, to revival work, and conducted most successful missions all over England, which were crowned with abundant results. For he felt that in this way he accomplished more work and gained a wider spiritual influence than he would ever have done in one parish, however large and populous. So the Lord turned the captivity of Gabriel as the streams in the south, and blessed his latter end more than his beginning, and he accomplished that which he pleased, and prospered in the thing whereto he was sent, for God was with him. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft FOWLER. Chapter 25. Caesar Costello. It was about a year after Gabriel's return, and he was conducting a mission in one of the largest seaport towns in the north of England. As usual, he set aside a portion of each morning and evening for seeing privately any who might wish to consult him upon spiritual matters, and giving them discreet and ghostly counsel. And great was his amazement late one night, when who should be ushered into his sanctum but the quondam convict, Caesar Costello. Once again Gabriel was startled by the man's extraordinary resemblance to himself, and yet hardly to himself as he was, but rather to himself as he might have been had he chosen evil instead of good, and walked in the broad path that leadeth to destruction rather than in the narrow way, the end whereof is everlasting life. There, but for the grace of God, stood Gabriel Carr as he would have been had not the Master called him to be his disciple, and had he not heard the Master's voice and followed him whithersoever he went. And as Gabriel looked closer, he saw, with the trained eye of the priest, which is quick to pierce below the surface and read the hidden things of the heart, that Costello was not the same as when he saw him that day in the shepherd's hut upon Dartmoor. Continued sin and vice and dissipation had ploughed fresh furrows and inscribed new lines upon the man's face, but there was something more than that. Out of the mud wherein the sinner was wallowing, a pierced hand had made clay and had anointed his eyelids, and whereas he had been blind, now he saw himself as God saw him, and regarded his sin as God regarded it, and the sight had well nigh driven him mad. In broken accents Costello told Gabriel his story, told how he had been living in Paris upon ill-gotten gains ever since his escape from prison, draining the cup of illicit pleasure to the dregs, and how he was then on his way to America, there to seek fresh woods and pastures new, where he might pluck the fruits of sin and cultivate the flowers of vice. On his way to the docks he had passed the door of the hall where the rector of Gauthorne was conducting his mission, and having learnt from the notices outside the doors who the missioner was, Costello was compelled by curiosity to look in, just to see once more the man who had stood in his place and had suffered in his stead. And then through the mouth of the preacher God spoke to the sinner, and called him out of the darkness of ignorance into the marvellous light of spiritual knowledge. In that light Costello saw the hideousness of his own soul and his own sins, and cried to the mountains to cover him, and the earth to swallow him, so that he might escape from the presence of the living God. The fear of the Lord consumed him. The fire of God's wrath shriveled him up. Horror overwhelmed him, and terror made him afraid. His soul stood naked and ashamed before its Maker, and strove in vain to hide itself from the vengeance of God. And now he came to the man who had been God's instrument in awakening him out of the sleep of sin to the awful consciousness of his own condition, in the hope that he might thereby find balm in Gilead, and a physician to minister to his spirit's sickness. For long hours Gabriel talked and prayed with the stricken man. On the sinner's behalf he wrestled until the breaking of the day with One who is ever mighty to save. And because the fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much, because he himself had vicariously suffered and had implicitly believed, he had power with God and prevailed. And then there happened to Caesar Costello that great miracle which is as old and as new as the great miracles of birth and death, that miracle which is described by Catholics as regeneration, and by evangelicals as conversion, and by the Master himself as being born of the Spirit. That miracle which is as mysterious as the wind blowing where it listeth, and though men hear the sound thereof, they cannot tell whence it cometh nor whither it goeth, and yet without which no man can see God. As the two knelt together, wrestling with God for a sinner's salvation, their prayers were heard and answered. The Son of Man, who alone hath power on earth to forgive sins, blotted out the handwriting which was against the ex-convict, nailing it to his own cross, and a clean heart was granted to Caesar Costello. A right spirit was renewed within him. He was converted, and became as a little child, and then and there entered into the kingdom of heaven. After the men had risen from their knees, Costello's first thought was how he could make reparation for the sins he had committed, and he told Gabriel that he intended as soon as it was day to give himself up to the authorities, so that they might send him back to Dartmoor, there to work out the rest of his sentence. But Gabriel bade him forbear. "I do not know if what I am going to say to you is according to the laws of man," he said, "but I believe it is according to the laws of God, and I tell you not to give yourself up again to the authorities, nor to return to prison." Costello was amazed. This had seemed the only course open to him, but he was ready to subjugate his will and submit his judgment to the man who had shown him the way to the foot of the cross. "I will do whatever you bid me," he replied. "Then listen. I hold that one sin cannot be doubly expiated nor punished twice over, and your sin has been expiated, your chastisement has been borne by me. Therefore I believe that the punishment of your iniquity is accomplished, and your sin is pardoned, because I have suffered in your stead. By right of what I have borne for you, I have redeemed you, and now you are no longer your own, but mine." Tears filled the criminal's eyes, and he could not speak. He was dumbfoundered by such generosity. "I dare say I am all wrong, according to the laws of England," Gabriel continued with a smile, "but I believe that I am doing right, according to the laws of heaven. Besides, surely I have paid the full price for what I claim. I served 14 months in Dartmoor for it, and that was no light matter. But mayn't you get into trouble yourself by screening me?" For the first time in his life Costello put another's interest before his own. "Oughtn't you to give me up to justice?" "No, my conscience is quite clear on that score. What I have heard from you has been told under the seal of the confessional, and therefore I am bound not to repeat a word of it. It would be against every principle of my sacred profession and calling. All I could do would be to induce a penitent to give himself up to justice, if I thought that was the right thing to do, but in this case I do not think so." "Then do you mean to say, sir, that I am to go scot-free, and not to be punished any more?" Costello could hardly believe his own ears. "I do. I believe you are not to be punished any more in this world, because I have borne the punishment for you, just as I believe you are not to be punished in the world to come, because Christ has borne your punishment for you. Twice over have you been redeemed, first by God and then by man. And if God remits punishment because another suffered in your stead, ought not man to do the same? Shall man be more just than God?" Costello broke down and sobbed aloud. "Sir, your generosity is almost more than I can bear. When I think of all you have endured for me, and how I have treated you, I feel I am unfit to live." Gabriel laid his hand upon the other's shoulder. "Ah, now we are coming to the point of the whole matter. If you feel like this when you think of what I have done for you, how do you feel when you think of what my master has done for you? For your sake I spent 14 months in Dartmoor prison. For your sake he became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. I endured imprisonment that you might be free. He suffered death that you might live. I changed places with you involuntarily, and was punished in your stead. Of his own free will he took your sin upon his shoulders, and bore the full chastisement of it, so that by his stripes you might be healed. I became your surety, because I could not help myself. He took your nature upon him, and bore away the guilt of your sin, because he loved you and gave himself for you. Therefore, if you are grateful to me, what must you be to him? 1,000 times more so. For the first time in my life I begin to realize what Christ has done for me, and it is you who have made me understand this by what you have done for me. By the love of the brother whom you have seen, you are learning something of the love of the God whom you have not seen," said Gabriel. "It is by no means a new method of gaining divine knowledge." "And do you mean to say, sir, that you can forgive me for all that I have made you suffer at my hands?" "I have not suffered for you 1,000th part of what my Master has suffered for you, and as he forgives you, so I forgive." "I can never thank you, sir, never, so it is no use trying to do so. And do you mean to say that I am free to go where I will, and do what I like?" "Certainly not," replied Gabriel, with his old whimsical smile. "I never said anything of the sort. You are no longer your own. You are bought with a price. Twice over you have been redeemed, and now you belong first to Christ and then to me." The criminal fell on his knees before the priest, and seizing his hand, kissed it. "I will be your servant to my life's end," he cried. "Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it. This is what I tell you to do, and though I speak of myself, I believe that I also have the Spirit of God. You shall go to America, as you had arranged, and in the berth you have already taken. And when you land, you shall go straight to a missionary training college, the head of which is a friend of mine, to whom I will give you a letter of introduction, and there you shall learn to serve Christ in the mission fields. And I swear that I will serve him, so help me God. You cannot stay in England, you see," continued Gabriel. "If you do, the police will track you, and send you back to prison. And I cannot help believing that you can serve God better by carrying his gospel to the far off isles of the southern seas than by picking oakum in Dartmoor gaol. Besides," he added with a humorous twinkle in his eye, "we have defrauded the Government of nothing in that line. I have picked your full share of oakum, so the authorities can have nothing to complain of, though I have no doubt they would complain a good deal if they only knew." "Sir, I will follow your counsel to the end of my life. You shall never regret what you have done for me this night." Gabriel's face grew serious again. "I shall not know how you requite my dealings with you, but Christ will know how you requite his. I shall probably never see you again, but his eye will be with you even unto the end of the world. Upon you, and you alone, will rest the awful responsibility if you neglect so great a salvation. And now we must get to business, and conclude all the arrangements," he added, changing his tone. "The day is breaking, and there is no time to be lost, as your ship sails for America in a few hours from now, and I do not want you to miss it, and to fall once more into the hands of the police. I would rather let you fall into the hands of God than into the hands of man, and into his hands I commit you, body, soul, and spirit, from this time forth, and even for evermore." With his usual efficiency and rapidity, Gabriel gave the future missionary full instructions as to the new life on which he was about to enter, and the way in which he was to set about it, and wrote a letter to the head of the training college, giving such instructions and advice regarding the convict as he thought necessary. And then he put before Costello food and drink, and finally dispatched him with a blessing to serve God according to his day and generation. So Caesar Costello went on his way rejoicing, because the former things had fled away for ever, and all things had been made new, knowing that he had passed from death unto life, because through the medium of the love of a brother he had learnt something of the love of God. End of chapter 25. Epilogue of the Subjection of Isabel Carnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft Fowler. Epilogue. 3 years had come and gone since the events narrated in the last chapter. In a house in Prince's Garden, a man and a woman were sitting over their dessert. "I can just finish this cigarette, and then I must get back to the house, my sweet," the man said. The woman rose from her seat at the head of the table and came round to her husband's side, perching herself on the arm of his chair. "It's a funny thing," she said with a sigh, "a very funny thing, but you were right, and I was wrong after all." He laughed. He knew how very remarkable it always seemed to her to find herself in the wrong. "As how?" he asked, putting his arm round her. "Oh, about politics and things. I thought you'd smash up the party and ruin the country when you got into the Cabinet. But you've done neither the one nor the other." Again the man laughed. "It is amazing how little permanent mischief even the most gifted and indefatigable of politicians are able to accomplish. The mistakes of the greatest statesmen are not nearly so irremediable as they would fain believe. The great forces of nature and the permanent staff pursue the even tenor of their way regardless of changing governments or fluctuating parties, and nothing really makes much difference." "Nothing really ever does make much difference to anybody," replied the woman, "except dying and getting married." "But I believe that everything did," said the man, "when I was young and unofficial. In fact, in those far off times there was precious little that I did not believe. I used to think you much too high flown and ideal, you know." "So I was, when revelling in the unsubstantial pageants of private membership or irresponsible office. But then the Cabinet, like an angel, came and whipped the offending Adam out of me. In my unofficial and unregenerate days I aimed at the stars." "And a very good thing too, Paul. It is the people who aim at the stars that succeed in sweeping their own chimneys, and the people who set out to ascend the Jungfrau that manage to get to the top of Notting Hill. Now, stupid, sensible people, like myself and Wrexham, for instance, only aim at the chimneys, and so do nothing better than ring the front door bell. We set out for Notting Hill, and get no further than the Albert Memorial, which things are an allegory. It is quite true, as a distinguished statesman once remarked, that politics is the science of the second best. I suppose, when you come to that, most things in this world are." The man's arm tightened round her. "Except one," he said, "and the reality of that exceeds the wildest dreams of the maddest idealist." His wife nestled up to him. "You are a very successful man, Paul, and have had a good many cups of happiness put to your lips, the cup of success, and the cup of fame, and the cup of power, and the cup of rank, and in fact quite a trayful of them. Which do you like best of all?" "There is no comparison, my darling," he answered with a laugh of absolute content. "Of all the cups of happiness that have been put to my lips, I have found none to compare with the falsely so-called weaker vessel. And so, with your permission, I will just put my lips to it again." And he kissed her with all the rapture of a lover. The scene changes. On the lawn in front of an old-fashioned manor house, a man and two women were having tea. A small girl of 2 years old was trotting about from one to the other, while a baby boy lay asleep in a perambulator. "I consider that it is almost time for Lisa to have a thimble of her own," remarked the elder of the women. "When I was 2½ years of age I could sew quite neatly, and at 3 I joined the village Dorcas meeting." "By Jove, mother, but you were an extra forward one!" exclaimed the man, who was lying full length on the grass at his wife's feet, his teacup in a position of imminent danger at his elbow. "You can't expect the poor little kiddie to be as clever as her grandmother." "That, Charles, is what I do expect. The training of a child cannot begin too early. When I was 4, I read the Fairchild Family aloud to my dear mother, and at 5 I was conversant with all the information contained in Near Home and Far Off." Lisa's mother smiled languidly. "If you gave her a thimble now, she would probably swallow it. And I've always understood that thimbles are most indigestible." But the old lady shook her head. "I never swallowed anything at that age, nor did my sister Maria." A shout of laughter emanated from the figure on the grass. His sense of humour had ever been elemental. "Great Scott, mother, you must have been wonderful children. Do you mean to tell me that you and Aunt Maria never had anything to eat or drink?" "Charles, do not be ribald. What I mean is that my sister Maria and I never swallowed anything that was not intended for swallowing. We were too well trained." "Well, it strikes me that you swallowed a good deal one way or another, if you were dosed with near home and far off, to say nothing of the Fairchild family, eh, mother?" "Charles, I cannot permit you to be irreverent. It is an atrocious habit for the young, and I beg you will not allow yourself to fall into it." The man did not reply to his mother, but he looked up into his wife's dark eyes and smiled, and she smiled back, stroking his yellow hair as she did so. As they were both still on the sunny side of 30, it struck them as distinctly funny to be referred to as the young. 10 years later they would have accepted as a compliment what they now treated as a joke. But that is the rule of life. The sarcasms of to day are the compliments of to morrow, and yesterday's sneers are to day's plaudits. So we learn as we grow older to be thankful for small mercies. "As to the volumes you mention," continued the elder lady, quite unconscious of the fact that she was affording much amusement to her juniors, "I derive from them immense benefit. In fact, all my present knowledge of Tibet I owe to the reading of Far Off, or Asia Described." "So I can believe," murmured her daughter-in-law, but fortunately nobody heard her. At this moment the youthful Lisa made a gallant attempt to sit down upon her father's teacup, and was only saved from doing so by the prompt action of that parent himself. But her grandmother went on undisturbed. "As soon as she is old enough to understand it, I shall read portions of the Fairchild family aloud to Lisa, as I know no book more fitted to open the eyes of a child to good sound Protestant doctrine." "By Jove, it does that!" exclaimed her son, who had been himself brought up on the work in question, "and gives you the shivers sometimes into the bargain." "If you can make her as good a woman as you are," said the younger woman, "I shall be thankful for you to read to her anything that you choose." "Thank you, Fabia. And if she is as good a daughter to you as you have been a daughter-in-law to me, you will have indeed cause for thankfulness. And I shall probably find my old copies of Near Home and Far Off, and read those to her, as well as I do not approve of modern books of travel. They give young people such erroneous ideas. I read one only yesterday which said that the South Pole was actually colder than the North Pole, and that is obviously absurd, as the North must, in the course of nature, be always colder than the South. I consider that these modern habits of proving that black is white, and hot is cold, and north is south, are extremely unsettling to the young, and frequently lead to atheism." Once more the scene changes. In a large church in the East End of London, the newly appointed Bishop of Shoreditch was preaching to a vast congregation. He held them spellbound, for he was one of the most striking preachers of his day, a man who had already risen to high office in his church, and who was destined and fitted to rise still higher, a man who had been as a beacon set on a hill to countless struggling Christians, and who, being endowed with wisdom from on high, had succeeded in bringing many to righteousness. In one of the foremost pews in the church, 2 women and a little boy were sitting, drinking in every word of the preacher's discourse, and filled with pride and exultation because of him. For to them he had been respectively the most dutiful of sons, the most devoted of husbands, the most loving of fathers. And now they rejoiced that at last he was entering into the fruits of his labours. At least the 2 women rejoiced. The boy was as yet too young to understand anything, save that all these hundreds of people were listening to his father, and that he ought to be proud indeed of being the son of so great a preacher. As for the preacher himself, the Lord had brought him out of prison that he might praise his name. Also the Lord had given him twice as much as he had before. He had gone through much tribulation, but his faith in God had never faltered, and now he saw the end of the Lord, that the Lord is very pitiful and of tender mercy. He forgot his misery, and remembered it only as waters that pass away. For at last the lines had fallen to him in pleasant places, and he had a goodly heritage. For the third and last time the scene changes. Upon the shores of an island in the southern seas, 3 men, 1 white and 2 black, were walking up and down, engaged in earnest conversation. The white man was a newly ordained missionary, who had but recently come to these parts, but who had already made his mark there by the untiring zeal and unflagging enthusiasm which he displayed in his Master's service. The blacks were 2 native priests, whose sacerdotal pride and love of power were up in arms against the new faith which was gradually sapping their influence for evil, and supplanting their religion of hate and cruelty by the worship of the God of love. The bishop of that district had come on a visit to this particular island in response to an invitation from the chief of the savage tribe which dwelt there, a man considerably in advance of his race and people, who was anxious to learn and to embrace the doctrines of Christianity. The young Anglican had rowed the bishop over from the missionary station, and was now waiting, his boat securely stranded on the beach, while the bishop and the chief held private converse together in the hut of the latter, some few hundred yards away. It was the opportunity of the native priests, and they took it. They were well aware that the man before them was one of the most ardent and untiring of all the hated band of missionaries, and they believed that if he were once out of the way, his weaker and less impressive brethren would soon follow, and that thus their island would once more be left secure in the fetters of its former heathenism. Of the bishop they did not take much account. He was growing old, and his sphere of work was so wide that he could visit each particular island but rarely. But this man was in the prime of life, not much over 30, and was distinguished by considerable personal beauty. Moreover, his labours were confined to this particular corner of his master's vineyard, and he was seen frequently in this island, preaching the gospel which the native priests hated, and promulgating the religion which they regarded with dread. At first the 2 natives approached him in a friendly and commercial spirit, walking up and down the shore with him, arm in arm, and endeavouring by means of costly presents to bribe him to go away and trouble them no more. But to their surprise he refused, and would have none of their skins and furs and feathers. Then they became angry, and threatened him, told him that unless he would give his word as a white man, that word which could never be broken, that he would not visit their island again, nor attempt further to convert its chief to Christianity, they would kill him then and there. And still he smiled his serene smile, and bade them hear in their own tongue some of the wonderful works of God. And then, as they looked steadfastly on him, they saw his face as it had been the face of an angel, and the devils that were in them were filled with that hatred which the sons of darkness ever feel towards the children of light, the hatred which persecuted Job, and stoned Stephen, and crucified the Christ. So the 2 savages fell upon the European, and slew him then and there, and then fled into the dense forest to hide themselves, until the wrath of their chieftain, on finding that his people had murdered one of his beloved missionaries, should be overpast. When the visitation of the bishop was ended, and he returned to his boat, he found the young missionary lying dead upon the shore, pierced through with many arrows, for the life which was twice redeemed, first by the Master himself, and then by the Master's servant, had been freely and willingly given up to God. The end. End of Epilogue. End of The Subjection of Isabel Carnaby by Ellen Thorneycroft Fowler.